Marshall Peak, Chapter 4850, I'm a well-behaved person. An ascension from the 7th order to the 8th order open heaven realm couldn't be achieved in a short time. Perhaps it would take days or even months. However, the spectators didn't appear to be impatient at all, as they wouldn't miss any details. The Samsara Pavilion was where hearts were trained, so regardless of how long a person stayed inside it, their cultivation wouldn't increase one bit. Luo Ting, he must have reached the critical point of achieving a breakthrough 2000 ago, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to achieve an ascension as soon as she got out of the Samsara Pavilion. 2000 years of reincarnation may have even been what triggered the chance for her to achieve ascension. In other words, if she hadn't dashed into the Samsara Pavilion on a whim, she would have become an 8th order open heaven realm master a long time ago. Xiao Chua, you directly ascended to the 6th order back then, so you'll have a chance to make it to the 8th order. It will be beneficial for you to observe, Yu Xiongdai said. Chu Hua Shong nodded with a solemn expression. The danger that an open heaven realm master faces when achieving an ascension is related to the strengthening of their small universe. There is a limit to a small universe's capacity, so if the cultivator is unable to bear the sudden increase in power, their small universe would be at risk of collapsing. That is the kind of risk that Senior Sister Luo has to face now, and it is also the kind of risk that all open heaven realm masters have to deal with. In your case, you're a 6th order open heaven realm master who will make it to the 7th order one day. The risk you will have to face at that time is that your small universe must materialize, which is the hardest part. It's even more dangerous than what your martial aunt Luo is facing. Chu Hua Shong said respectfully, please enlighten me, martial aunt. Yu Xiongdai let out a sigh. Brother Shu is supposed to be the one who tells you this, however, since he's not around, I'll do so on his behalf. During the materialization process, your small universe will face an unimaginable impact. It's just like a monster beast that has to condense a monster core in their body when their cultivation reaches a certain level. If your power is unstable, you won't be able to achieve your goal. Therefore, before you ascend to the 7th order, you have to make sure that you have accumulated enough heritage. If your heritage is insufficient, your small universe won't be able to materialize, and that will be a fatal disaster. Countless disciples from the cave heavens and paradises have lost their lives during the process. That's the reason there are so few high-rank open heaven realm masters in the cave heavens and paradises. Since time immemorial, there were not many in the cave heavens and paradises who directly ascended to the 6th order open heaven realm, but there must be many people who had directly made it to the 5th order. After years of accumulation, these disciples who had directly ascended to the 5th order were supposed to make it to the 6th order and even the 7th order if nothing unexpected happened. However, if it was so easy to ascend to the 7th order, there would have been more than 10,000 high-rank open heaven realm masters in each of the cave heavens and paradises by now. Besides the cave heavens and paradises, there should also be a lot of 7th order open heaven realm masters in the 2nd-class great forces. Nevertheless, the truth was that none of the cave heavens or paradises had a lot of high-rank open heaven realm masters. There were likely other reasons for this situation as well, but the huge risk associated with crossing over to the high-rank open heaven realm was undoubtedly a big one. Those disciples who had the right to attempt an ascension to the high-rank open heaven realm either didn't have the confidence to give it a try as they hadn't accumulated enough heritage, or had lost their lives during the process. The gap between the 6th order and the 7th order was a dividing line, and even after one made it to the 7th order, it would be extremely difficult to ascend to the next realm. Yang Kai suddenly recalled something as he asked, in that case, the 4 great pillars and 12 minor pillars must be very useful for the open heaven realm masters when ascending to the next order. Yu Xiongdai nodded, that's to be expected. When an open heaven realm master achieves an ascension, their small universe will be faced with a violent impact. The 4 great pillars and 12 minor pillars are very useful in stabilizing one's small universes. However, you have to understand that only the high-rank open heaven realm masters have the right to refine the 12 minor pillars. Although those things might be useful to cultivators below the high-rank open heaven realm, they're unable to use them. The only things that are useful to them are the 4 great pillars. Nevertheless, those are even rarer. How is the average person supposed to get their hands on them? As she spoke, she shot Yang Kai a wry glance to mean that he was truly lucky. It wasn't a secret in the cave heavens and paradises that Yang Kai possessed the world spring, which could protect his small universe from external intrusion or impact. Even the black ink strength didn't have any effect on Yang Kai. The high-rank open heaven realm masters were envious of him because of that. Yang Kai initially thought that the only uses of the world spring were to help him fend off external forces and fortify his small universe, so it surprised him to learn that it was also useful during breakthroughs. With one of the 4 great pillars in one's body, not only could they ensure that their small universe would be freed from any external influences, but it could also allow the cultivator to have no worries about raising living creatures in his or her body to strengthen their heritage. Additionally, it could fend off the invasion of black ink strength. Furthermore, it was very useful when the cultivator achieved an ascension. Now, it seemed that the 4 great pillars were indeed some of the most precious treasures in the world. They were just as precious as the soul-warming lotus and the immortal tree that Yang Kai had obtained. To the open heaven realm masters, perhaps the 4 great pillars may even be more valuable. Martial Aunt Yu, there's one more thing I'd like to ask you about, Yang Kai said humbly. Yu Xiongdai replied, go ahead. I'm sure you know a thing or two about my situation. I'm a 6th order open heaven realm master now, and I feel that I'm just one step away from the 7th order. What would I face when I try to break through to the 7th order? Yu Xiongdai was shocked by how fast Yang Kai could accumulate his heritage. It had to be noted that it had only been 300 or so years since he directly ascended to the 5th order outside of Shadowless Cave Heaven in the Shattered Heaven. On top of that, the 130 years he had spent in the Samsara Pavilion had to be excluded because he wasn't cultivating at all during that period. Not only had Yang Kai ascended from the 5th order to the 6th order so quickly, but he was also now just one step away from the 7th order. She had never heard that anyone was able to cultivate so quickly in the open heaven realm. Accumulation was of utmost importance in the cultivation of an open heaven realm master. There were no other ways to rapidly increase one's heritage. A long period of accumulation was inevitable for all open heaven realm masters. Every open heaven realm master had to spend a painfully long time cultivating to reach the next order. It was possible for a 3rd order open heaven realm master to ascend to the 4th order after 300 years of cultivating, but it was close to impossible for a 5th order open heaven realm master to make it to the 7th order within the same amount of time. However, the truth was right before Yu Xiongdai's eyes. She knew and could even feel that Yang Kai was indeed strong. In Lang Ya Paradise, he single-handedly defeated all its 6th order open heaven realm masters. No one was a match for him. It was apparent that the average 6th order open heaven realm master couldn't compete against him. He must be at the peak of the 6th order open heaven realm. Nevertheless, she was unable to answer Yang Kai's question. Usually, the most important thing when a 6th order open heaven realm master ascended to the 7th order was the materialization of the small universe, but Yang Kai was different. His small universe had already materialized when he made it to the 5th order, so he didn't have to face the biggest problem that troubled other open heaven realm masters. After giving it a thought, Yu Xiongdai shook her head. To be honest with you, I've never met an open heaven realm master like you before. I've discussed with my fellow brothers and sisters regarding your situation, and we believe that the uniqueness of your small universe might have something to do with the fact that you're an expert in the Tao of space. Has no one cultivated the Tao of space before me? There were many people who had cultivated the Tao of space before, but none had attainments as high as yours. Therefore, I'm not sure what you will face when ascending to the 7th order. However, I suppose you won't face the common problems that trouble other cultivators. Moreover, you have the world spring to protect your small universe, so I think that there won't be a problem when try to reach the 7th order. She then paused for a moment before continuing. With that said, you'd still better be careful. Look for a quiet place and cultivate in seclusion. Deduce the problems you might face when achieving an ascension so that you won't be flustered when that time comes. I understand, Yang Kai nodded. He already had the intention to ascend to the 7th order open heaven realm a long time ago. However, his 100-year promise with Chu Huashong was about to be due at that time, so he put it off until now. Presently, Chu Huashong had gotten out of the Samsara Pavilion, so after everything was settled in Yin Yang Cave Heaven, Yang Kai planned to start cultivating in seclusion. As he thought of the proprietress all of a sudden, he quickly asked, "Marshal, aren't you? Has Lan Yu Ruo from Voidland exited seclusion yet?" Yu Xiongdai replied, "She had already left seclusion while you were inside the chaotic dead territory. Don't worry, she's now a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master." Yang Kai arched his brow. He had spent several dozen years in the chaotic dead territory and more than 100 years in the Samsara Pavilion. So, it had been quite a long time since the proprietress stopped cultivating in seclusion. Upon learning that she had successfully made it to the 7th Order, he was relieved. The main reason was that the proprietress had cultivated in seclusion for a very long time, so he wasn't sure if everything was going well for her. Even if she was facing any problems though, outsiders were unable to lend her a hand. Since she had ascended to the 7th Order, she had to face the problem that the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were not from the Cave Heavens and Paradises, had to deal with. What's the stance of the Cave Heavens and Paradises about her? Yang Kai asked. Yu Xiongdai replied, Sai Tu Kong from Shen Yuan Cave Heaven has stepped forward to vouch for her, so no one will make a move on her. Don't worry about it. Because of the matter regarding the Black Ink disciples, the Cave Heavens and Paradises were wary of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters that emerged in other great forces. As such, they would lure those high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters to their own sects to keep an eye on them, which caused a misunderstanding among the general public. Some people would secretly ascend to the high-rank Open Heaven Realm and then sneak into the Shattered Heaven. It was the same case for Bright Sun Divine Monarch Cheng Yang, Xia Linlang, and others. However, those from the Cave Heavens and Paradises were unable to explain anything about the Black Ink clan to the public. Even the vice-sect master of Langye Paradise, Yuan Du, was unable to resist the allure of the Black Ink strength as he took the initiative to give a sacrificial offering to the Black Ink clan in order to break through his own shackles. It couldn't be guaranteed that others wouldn't be tempted upon learning the powers of the Black Ink strength. After turning into Black Ink disciples, they would no longer be restricted by their starting point in the Open Heaven realm, which was temptation enough for a lot of people, especially those ambitious people who had a low starting point. However, the proprietress was originally from First Inn, which was a business backed by Sai Tu Kong, who was from Shen Yuan Cave Heaven. With his assurance, together with the connections the proprietress had built up over the years, she could ensure her own independence. At the very least, she wouldn't fall into the situation that the other high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who were not from the Cave Heavens and Paradises had to deal with. All of a sudden, Yu Xiongdai shot a meaningful glance at Chu Huashong. Xiao Chua, you must be careful in the future. This brat is not someone who is content with his lot. He might even bring back more women in the future. Chu Huashong nodded repeatedly, yes, Marshal Aunt. An aggrieved Yang Kai refuted, please stop slandering me, Marshal Aunt Yu. I've never been a licentious man. I'm a well-behaved person who always stays within his bounds. Chu Huashong looked smilingly at him, oh, really? What's going on with you and senior sister Dao then? Weren't you supposed to tell me about that? Yang Kai hurriedly said, I was just about to explain. Marshal Peak, Chapter 4851, Myriad Law Mantra. Yang Kai then started talking about everything that had happened after he arrived at Yinyang Cave Heaven in detail. Chen Xiu asked Dao Ling Wn to take care of him, but this woman suffered from cultivation dissonance in front of him. He was kind enough to help her restore order from chaos, but due to the uniqueness of Yinyang Cave Heaven's secret art, he left behind a trace of his aura in her small universe. As a result, Dao Ling Wan would need his help if she wanted to ascend to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm one day. Chu Hua Shong attentively listened to him. A moment later, she let out a sigh. Senior sister Dao is the victim of this incident. In fact, Yang Kai was the victim here too because he knew nothing before the incident happened. If someone suffered from cultivation dissonance in front of him, he would immediately help them, not to mention that the person was a disciple from Yinyang Cave Heaven. However, he hadn't expected that his actions would invite such trouble. From Dao Ling Wan's perspective, she was just obeying her honored master's order. Given her temperament, she wouldn't refute Chen Xiu regardless of what demands he came up with. To Chen Xiu, he was just trying to save Yinyang Cave Heaven's face and resolve the embarrassing situation it found itself in. He was even willing to sacrifice his disciples' happiness in order to achieve that. Certainly, in his consideration, Yang Kai was good enough for Dao Ling Wan when it came to his status and aptitude. It would be a good thing if they could get together. On the other hand, Feng Cheng Sai would enter the Samsara Pavilion to save Chu Huashong. That would be a win-win situation for everyone. Chen Xiu's idea and actions were the most beneficial to Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, but it wasn't the outcome Yang Kai wanted to see. That was why he entered the Samsara Pavilion to experience 9 reincarnations with Chu Huashong. What are you going to do about it? Chu Huashong asked. Yang Kai frowned. Am I really the only one who can help junior sister Dao? Are there no similar precedents in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven? Yu Xiongdai shook her head. No. Other than you, no one else can help her ascend to the 7th order. If you don't lend her a hand, her martial Dao will end where it is. Moreover, without your help, she will frequently face the risk of suffering from cultivation dissonance. Sooner or later, her small universe will collapse due to an imbalance of yin and yang. That wasn't a small issue as it was giving Yang Kai a serious headache and he couldn't help complaining. Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's secret art is too strange. Chu Huashong said, don't forget that senior sister Dao took a fatal sword wound for you. Everything that happened in the samsara world was a reflection of one's true heart. In the first reincarnation, Dao Ling Wan was willing to be pierced by a sword in Yang Kai's stead. That was the sincerity she had shown. If the same thing happened to Yang Kai in real life, she would make the same decision. Yang Kai couldn't help but be moved when he recalled the incident. However, he wasn't certain how he should face Dao Ling Wan. Chu Huashong took his hand and snuggled up to him. In the samsara world, Dao Ling Wan blocked a sword with her body for him. On the other hand, Chu Huashong had stabbed her sword into Yang Kai's body twice, almost killing him. Just like he had said in the samsara world, she owed him so much that she could only keep repaying the debt in the next life. Luo Ting he didn't seem to be facing any unexpected problems when achieving an ascension, though the process did not seem to be simple either. The world force that swirled around her became increasingly rich, and the illusory phantom of her small universe kept expanding and contracting as though the air was being blown into it. Her aura strengthened by the breath until she reached the peak of the 7th order open heaven realm. It had come to a point where no more increase was possible. The expansion of the small universe had a huge impact on her. Danger that outsiders were not able to see was sweeping across her entire small universe at that moment. She had to persevere at all costs, and she must not be complacent. Every action she made would determine her life or death. Her life was hanging by a thread, and there wasn't a third option. A few days later, something unexpected happened to the seemingly smooth ascension. Although Yang Kai had never experienced it before, he was also aware that something was amiss. Looking up, he realized that the illusory phantom of the small universe behind Luo Ting he continued to expand while contracting from time to time, but it could not return to its original state. It was as though she was unable to control the increase of power in her small universe. The solemn expression on Yu Xiongdai's face confirmed his speculation. There were times when he felt that Yu Xiongdai wanted to step forward to help, but she forcefully stopped herself from doing that. The average person was unable to help when it came to the ascension of an open heaven realm master, and any rash move would only exacerbate the situation. More importantly, Luo Ting he was now trying to ascend to the 8th order from the 7th order while Yu Xiongdai was just a 7th order open heaven realm master. Even if she was willing to use up all her strength to help, there was nothing she could do. Yang Kai soon figured out the crux of the problem. Given Luo Ting his aptitude, if she followed the conventional path of cultivating, there wouldn't be a problem when she ascended to the 8th order from the 7th order. Even if there were some risks, they wouldn't be insurmountable. Nevertheless, she had been trapped inside the Samsara Pavilion for 2,000 years. During this period of time, she kept being reincarnated into different Samsara worlds while being muddle-headed. Although she eventually found herself as her heart barrier was broken by Yang Kai and Chu Huashong passing through 9 reincarnations, the fact that she had been held up for 2,000 years had some influence on her. If she had taken some rest and fortified her cultivation before attempting an ascension, there wouldn't have been any problems. However, right after she left the Samsara Pavilion, The chance for her to achieve an ascension had come, and she didn't even have time to take a breather. The problem wasn't a lack of heritage, as she had accumulated enough a long time ago. If that wasn't the case, she couldn't have attempted an ascension in the first place. What she lacked was fine control over her own strength. 2,000 years of living blankly caused her to become unfamiliar with her own power. At the thought of this, Yang Kai started getting worried. Luo Ting, he was someone who had directly ascended to the 7th Order, and she had a chance to reach the highest 9th Order open heaven realm. If she lost her life here due to a lack of control, that would be a huge loss for Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. Even putting Yin-Yang Cave Heaven aside, Luo Ting, he had helped Yang Kai a lot in many rounds of reincarnation, so he wouldn't want to see any accidents happen to her. However, even Yu Xiong Dai was unable to help her, let alone Yang Kai. Just then, an aged and grim voice was suddenly heard coming from the distant void, Duo. Following that, another voice was heard coming from a different direction. Similarly, the person only said one syllable, which sounded abstruse and incomprehensible. The next moment, the third syllable was heard coming from a different direction. It was followed by a fourth, then a fifth. Short syllables sounded from different directions in a continuous manner, as though they had already come to an agreement. When the strange syllables came together, they formed a mysterious chant. There was no doubt that it was the Supreme Elders of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven who spoke those syllables. Although they were cultivating in distant places, they were aware of what was going on in this place, and that was why they decided to lend Luo Ting a hand. In an instant, Yang Kai felt refreshed, as though his soul had been cleansed. He felt a sense of peacefulness that he had never experienced before. Chu Huashong and Yu Xiong Dai parted their lips to join the mysterious chant. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that they sported solemn expressions. More voices were heard coming from different corners of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. From the open heaven realm masters to the common disciples, the voices came together like creeks that streamed towards a river, which then flowed towards a lake. Eventually, the lake gushed towards the ocean. Everyone in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven sang the ancient chant as the heavens and earth resonated with it. Yang Kai was pleased to discover that Luo Ting, his condition was improving while she was engulfed in the voices. He also transformed himself into a creek and joined the ocean. The last thing he wanted to see was an accident happening to Luo Ting while she achieved an ascension. Since there was now something he could do to help, he was more than willing. The power of one person might be negligible, but the power of thousands was a force to be reckoned with. Yang Kai had never heard of such an amazing mantra before, but at this moment, he was able to sing it smoothly as though he had practiced it for years. Chu Huashong turned to look at him and put on a smile before gripping his hand more tightly. With the help of the chant, Yang Kai seemed to have merged into Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. He could feel the distinct presence of every individual in the ocean. Everyone in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven seemed to have merged into a single entity, but they were also separate at the same time. This kind of feeling was amazing, and he had never experienced anything like it before. Yang Kai couldn't help marveling at the inheritance of this place, something that Void Land and High Heaven Palace were no match for. Compared to these cave heavens and paradises that had countless years of accumulation, Void Land and High Heaven Palace were like upstarts. The lack of heritage meant that they were nothing more than castles in the sand. If they couldn't uphold their prosperity, they would fall apart sooner or later and be forgotten by everyone. The continuous chant went on for a long time. Luo Ting finally managed to take control of her own power as the illusory phantom of the small universe behind her became stable again. A moment later, a powerful aura suddenly radiated from Luo Ting's figure. It was the aura of an 8th Order open heaven realm master. She had successfully achieved an ascension. After the ascension, she was still unfamiliar with the increased power she now possessed, so world force uncontrollably swirled around her and caused the void to look contorted. She remained seated with her legs crossed as she familiarized herself with her increased strength so that she could fully control it. The chanting slowly died down and stopped. All the open heaven realm masters of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven appeared elated and proud of Luo Ting. From now on, there would be one more 8th Order ancestor in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. Although the cave heavens and paradises had always been united, there was still some competition between them. They would compare the strengths of their disciples of every generation and the numbers of seventh-order open heaven realm masters and ancestors they had. Even if they were just slightly more powerful than the other cave heavens and paradises, the disciples would feel proud and confident when dealing with disciples from other great forces. However, Yang Kai sported an awkward expression at this moment. That was because he suddenly forgot how to sing the chant not long after he stopped doing it, though he had been chanting alongside the others for a long time just now. He could remember every syllable of the chant, but he couldn't string it together into anything meaningful for some reason. It was as though there was a mysterious power in his mind that stopped him from doing that. Since we've chanted the Myriad Law mantra together, you can be considered a part of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven from now on. Yu Seong-dai suddenly flashed a smile at her. Yang Kai arched his brow. Myriad Law mantra? It wasn't until this moment that he found out the name of the abstruse chant. Martial Peak, Chapter 4852, Sect Masters were Chiu Ming. There are 3 great mantras in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, and the Myriad Law mantra is one of them. However, this mantra is too profound as it requires a lot of people to sing it together to be of any use. It's not harmful in any way, but it has an amazing effect on soothing one's mind, Yu Seong-dai explained. Yang Kai nodded in response. He recalled that his mind was indeed completely at ease when he sang the Myriad Law mantra just now. In any case, he was already a Yin-Yang Cave Heaven son-in-law, so he was considered a member of the sect. Whether or not he chanted the Myriad Law mantra wouldn't change anything. They went on to wait for a few days more before Luo Ting he could finally gain some measure of control over her power. The sect master of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven led a group of high-rank open heaven realm masters to stand before Luo Tinghe and salute her. Greetings, ancestor. Luo Tinghe walked up to him and grabbed his long beard with a smile. Junior brothers we haven't met for ages. Why is your beard so long now? Zhuo Qiuming's face twitched as he felt helpless in his heart. Many years had passed, but this senior sister was still as willful as ever. Only senior brother Sun was able to put her in her place, but he passed away 2,000 years ago. Now, no fellow brothers of the same generation could discipline her. Furthermore, she was now an 8th-order ancestor. Ancestor Luo, my name is Zhuo Qiu, not Zhuo, the sect master refuted meekly. What's the difference? Luo Tinghe patted the sect master's shoulder. However, since she had just achieved an ascension, she still couldn't fully control her power. Her pat caused Zhuo Qiuming's shoulder to sink quite noticeably. The brows of the 7th-order elders behind him twitched. Luo Tinghe suddenly leaned close to him and winked. Junior brothers where are your little lovers? Why are none of them here? In the past, you'd always walk around with several women beside you, looking quite pleased with yourself. Upon hearing that, the elders were stunned. Many people were not aware of the sect master's love affairs in the past. He always appeared solemn nowadays, and everyone respected him as the sect master. Hence, no one could have expected that he used to be a lascivious person. At this moment, they couldn't help but let their thoughts run wild after listening to what Luo Tinghe had said. A flushing Zhuo Qiuming refuted, "Please do not slander me, Ancestor Luo. I'm now the sect master of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, and I represent the sect's face. If these words are spread to outsiders, it will cause a misunderstanding and tarnish Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's reputation." Luo Tinghe started counting with her fingers. "Let me see. When you were 15, you were in love with senior sister Ju who was 3 years older than you were. Then, you fell in love with someone else. That little girl came to me and bawled her eyes out. It was quite annoying actually. When you were 20, you got together with senior sister Zhong who was 10 years older than you were. The relationship only lasted for a few months. Oh, after you ascended to the Emperor realm, there was Martial Aunt Tan." Zhuo Qiuming's expression darkened as Luo Tinghe spoke, and at the mention of Martial Aunt Tan, he couldn't take it anymore as he put on a smile and cut her off by saying, "You have such a good memory, senior sister, and you look just as beautiful as in the past." Luo Tinghe looked smilingly at him and gave him another pat. "There you go. Why did you even call me ancestor? I wiped your backside countless times when you were a baby. Don't you think it's awkward for you to call me ancestor?" "Whatever you say, senior sister." Zhuo Qiuming wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. "Anyways, You're an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master now, so you're indeed a Supreme Elder of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. Please come to my place when you're free, as I have to help you to go through the registration process to leave your name on the ancestral records. You'll receive the treatment that an ancestor deserves. A nonchalant Luo Tinghe replied, Fine, I'll look for you when I'm free. Later. Upon finishing her words, she shuffled towards Yu Xiongdai and gave her a signal with her eyes. Then, she engulfed Yu Xiongdai with her power and left. After they were gone, Yang Kai and Chu Hua Shong traded glances. Respects to the ancestor. Zhuo Qiuming saluted her, and the others followed suit. All of a sudden, an elder behind him asked, You like older women, sect master? Zhuo Qiuming ran his fingers through his beard and replied impassively, Junior brother Wang, you joined the sect at a later time, so you're not aware of ancestor Luo's temperament. You don't have to take her words seriously. Just when junior brother Wang wanted to ask more questions, Zhuo Qiuming turned to look at Yang Kai and Chu Hua Shong. You two, come with me. Elder Chen, bring your disciple as well. Chen Xiu, who wasn't far away from them, bent his back. Yes. Yang Kai instantly figured out that Zhuo Qiuming was going to talk about the marriage with him. After the Open Heaven Realm Masters were done with witnessing Luo Tinghe's ascension, they soon left. However, this piece of exciting news would cause a sensation within Yin-Yang Cave Heaven for quite a long time. Yang Kai took Chu Hua Shong's hand as they followed Zhuo Qiuming. Chen Xiu brought Dao Ling Wen to follow after them, then took the initiative to say, Nephew Yang, Elder Chen. Yang Kai nodded in response, then flashed a smile at Dao Ling Wen, junior sister Dao. He was not fond of Chen Xiu, but he felt a sense of shame when facing Dao Ling Wan. Perhaps he knew that he was unable to give her anything and thus felt guilty. A blushing Dao Ling Wan called out in a small voice, Senior brother Yang. Chu Hua Shong glowered at Yang Kai. I've been wondering. Why are you taking advantage of her? An aggrieved Yang Kai refuted. What do you mean taking advantage of her? Chu Hua Shong reasoned with him. In the sect, senior sister Dao is my senior sister, so how can you call her junior sister? Do you want to call me junior sister as well? Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was lost for words. Dao Ling Wan was the one who called him senior brother first, and he just followed along. He didn't intend to take advantage of her in any way. Chu Hua Shong shot him another glare, then brushed past him and walked up to Dao Ling Wan before taking the other woman's hand. Senior sister Dao, you have to be wary of him. He now takes advantage of you by calling you junior sister, and he might bully you in the future. If he really does that, you have to tell me about it. I'll stand up for you. With a reddened face, Dao Ling Wan hung her head low. No. It wasn't certain what she meant by that. Chu Hua Shong hadn't frequently come into contact with Dao Ling Wan in the past, but she was aware that this senior sister was a bashful person. According to her observation, Dao Ling Wan was identical to Chen Qian, who served Meng Yu in their first reincarnation. She couldn't help but feel sympathetic towards this innocent senior sister. Presently, Chen Xiu was walking alongside Yang Kai. He turned his head to look at Chu Hua Shong and Dao Ling Wan, then said with a smile, Marshal Niece Chu is a magnanimous person. Nephew Yang, I'm not sure if you'll be the same. Yang Kai asked, What do you mean, Elder Chen? Chen Xiu let out a sigh. What's the point of playing dumb, Marshal Nephew? This Chen was indeed selfish previously, but I meant no harm. I understand that you have some grudges against me, and I don't intend to defend myself. However, Wanna's future hinges on you now, so I hope that you'll give this issue some serious thought. I would die with no regrets as long as she can obtain the happiness she deserves. Yang Kai frowned but didn't respond to him. Seeing that Yang Kai was unwilling to speak, Chen Xiu knew that the other man was resentful of him. It would only create the opposite of the desired outcome if he kept talking. A moment later, they arrived at a grand hall atop a spirit province following the sect master's lead. It was supposed to be the place where the sect master dealt with his daily business. After they were all seated, a disciple of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven came over to serve tea. It was the first time Yang Kai dealt with the sect master of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. Be it the incident regarding Dao Theory Assembly or the Samsara Pavilion, this sect master of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven had never shown up. Therefore, Yang Kai wasn't certain about the older man's temperament. As the sect master, it was expected that Zhuo Qiuming was stern. This was how most people who were in powerful positions behaved. He gave off a sense of authority without the need to say anything. What surprised Yang Kai was that Zhuo Qiuming suddenly rose from the chair and saluted him. A flabbergasted Yang Kai quickly stood up. "What are you doing, sect master? I don't deserve this." Zhuo Qiuming slowly straightened his back and said, "I salute you because I want to thank you on behalf of everyone in Yin Yang Cave Heaven for saving Ancestor Luo from the Samsara Pavilion." The person Yang Kai had saved wasn't just someone who had ascended to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, but also a talented genius who had the chance to make it to the 9th Order one day. It was profoundly meaningful to everyone in Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Yang Kai waved his hand. "It just happened by chance. I wasn't even aware that Martial Aunt Luo was trapped inside the Samsara Pavilion. The only reason I entered the Samsara Pavilion was to look for Senior Sister Chu." As he spoke, he took a glance at Chu Huashong. Zhuo Qiuming nodded. "I'm aware of what's going on between you and Martial Niece Chu. It was inconsiderate of Elder Chen to do such a thing, but I hope that you'll forgive him." Yang Kai replied impassively, "Elder Chen already told me about it." He suddenly realized that Chen Xiu must have gotten permission from Yin Yang Cave Heaven's management before making such a move. In other words, Zhuo Qiuming was aware of Chen Xiu's plan at that time, but he didn't try to stop him. From his perspective, he would support anything that would save Yin Yang Cave Heaven's face, and it had nothing to do with his own honor. "Now that you've brought Martial Niece Chu out of the Samsara Pavilion, it shows that the love between you two is true. The couples who can pass the test of the Samsara Pavilion in Yin Yang Cave Heaven always become partners for life." Yang Kai said humbly, "The reason I've come to Yin Yang Cave Heaven is to marry Senior Sister Chu." Zhuo Qiuming bowed his head. "Good. Since you have the intention to get together with her, I'll not beat around the bush. So, when do you plan on marrying her?" Yang Kai replied frankly, "I haven't considered it yet. Sect Master, to be honest with you, I already have several partners that have stayed by my side for years before I met Senior Sister Chu, and I haven't married any of them yet. Now, due to various reasons, they are cultivating in a number of different places. I want to wait for them to gather together one day and marry them all at once." Zhuo Qiuming nodded. "It's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. There must be a good reason why so many women have fallen in love with you. We don't stick to archaic rules in Yin Yang Cave Heaven, and I don't really care about such personal matters. I'm sure Martial Niece Chu wouldn't mind it either." Martial Peak, Chapter 4853, by Yu. Zhuo Qiuming took a glance at Dao Ling Wan and added, "I'm sure Martial Niece Dao won't mind it either." A blushing Dao Ling Wan hung her head low and remained silent. Chen Xiu quickly waved his hands. "She definitely won't mind it. The more the merrier." After a nod, Zhuo Qiuming gazed at Yang Kai. "Martial nephew, you have the final say in when to hold the wedding. When your partners come together one day, and you happen to be free, you have to inform us earlier. We'll hold a grand wedding for you." A grateful Yang Kai cupped his fist. "Many thanks, Sect Master. I will not forget this favor." Zhuo Qiuming ran his fingers through his beard. "Since we're one family, you don't have to be overly polite with me. Although you come from a less desirable background, your capabilities are unrivaled among the disciples from the cave heavens and paradises of the same generation. We are fortunate to have you get married into Yin Yang Cave Heaven." Chen Xiu played along by saying, "That's right. Although there are a lot of bright disciples from the cave heavens and paradises in this generation, and they will be the pillars of strength in their respective sects in the future, none of their achievements are comparable to yours, nephew Yang. Senior brother Shu does have acute vision, and Martial Niece Chu is truly lucky." Yang Kai frowned. "Sect Master, I have a request when it comes to getting married into your sect." "Go ahead," Zhuo Qiuming replied. "It wouldn't have mattered if I were on my own. I would have been more than willing to get married into Yin Yang Cave Heaven and rely on your sect. However, I'm sure you're aware of my situation. As the Lord of Voidland and the Palace Master of High Heaven Palace, I have to provide for hundreds of thousands of people. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for me to get married into Yin Yang Cave Heaven." "What's not appropriate about it?" Zhuo Qiuming asked. Yang Kai said, Let me ask you, sect master. If I get married into your sect, what will happen to Void Land and High Heaven Palace? Zhuo Qiuming replied, they will become subsidiaries of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. On the side, Chen Xiu said, Nephew Yang, there are some precedents that are similar to your situation. Many of the subsidiaries of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven belong to sect masters who got married into our sect, so you don't have to worry about it. If you get married into our sect, you'll still have full control over Void Land and High Heaven Palace, and we won't interfere in any way. It's just that there's a master sect on paper. Moreover, with Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's protection, Void Land and High Heaven Palace will be safer. This is a good thing. Yang Kai shook his head, let's put Void Land aside for now. Void Land might be fairly powerful compared to other great forces, but it's still insignificant when compared to the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Nevertheless, High Heaven Palace is different. The world tree in the star boundary is the center of attention in the entire 3,000 worlds. The Cave Heavens and Paradises have all set up Tao temples in the star boundary, and there are senior experts who look for disciples with excellent aptitudes in that place year-round. It's the same case for Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. If High Heaven Palace becomes a subsidiary of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, the star boundary will be your sect's territory as well. Even if I am fine with that, the other Cave Heavens and Paradises won't agree to it. Zhuo Qiuming said, if that's what you're worried about, you can set your mind at ease. We'll deal with it appropriately so that the other great forces won't have any complaints. Yang Kai shook his head again, it's still inappropriate. Regardless of what Zhuo Qiuming and Chen Xiu said, once Void Land and High Heaven Palace became subordinate sects of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, there would be complications. As the leader of both sects, Yang Kai had to take their future into consideration. Moreover, he had the intention to develop Void Land or High Heaven Palace into one of the Cave Heavens and Paradises one day. If they became Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's subsidiaries, he would never achieve his goal. Zhuo Qiuming narrowed his eyes. What opinion do you have then, martial nephew? I wouldn't dare to say that it's an opinion, Yang Kai said humbly. He had already expected this kind of situation, so he was well prepared. What I mean is that I'm not going to get married into Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. Instead, I'll marry senior sister Chu and bring her back with me. Zhuo Qiuming arched his brow. A stunned Chen Xiu gazed at Yang Kai, nephew Yang. Even though there have been disciples of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven who married outsiders and left the sect, those were the marriages between the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Other than the Cave Heavens and Paradises, those who want to marry our disciples have no choice but to get married into our sect. This is the case even for common disciples, not to mention that Marshal Niece Chu is a noble core disciple of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. Zhuo Qiuming nodded. Since time immemorial, the core disciples of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven have never married outsiders and left the sect. Besides our sect, it's the same case for the other Cave Heavens and Paradises. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. If you can find such a precedent, I will agree to your request. Those who could become core disciples must have directly ascended to the 6th order open heaven realm, and they had a chance to become 8th order ancestors in their respective sects. It was expected that such disciples were treasured in the Cave Heavens and Paradises, and these sects would never let them go. Yang Kai argued by saying, precedents can be created. Zhuo Qiuming shook his head. We won't make an exception for you, martial nephew. His firm stance suggested that he wouldn't be easily persuaded by Yang Kai, who didn't expect he could do it with ease anyways. On the side, Chen Xiu asked, have you discussed this matter with Marshal Niece Chu before, nephew? Yang Kai shook his head as he had never mentioned this to Chu Huashong before. However, he believed that after they went through 9 reincarnations together, she would support any decisions he made. Why don't you ask Marshal Niece Chu about it? If she's willing to get married and leave the sect, we'll continue talking about it. There's no need for that. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't respect Chu Huashong's opinion. However, if he really asked her about it, she would be put in a tight spot. On the one hand, there was the partner she was engaged to and had gone through 9 reincarnations with. On the other hand, there was the master sect that had nurtured her for years. Regardless of what decision she would make, her conscience would never be at ease. Sect master. Yang Kai cupped his fist and gazed at Zhuo Qiuming. I know that there are rules in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, and senior sister Chu is a noble core disciple of your sect. If she gets married and leaves the sect, it will be a huge loss for Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. On the most basic of levels, if I marry senior sister Chu, your sect will lose a potential 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the future. While Zhuo Qiuming remained silent, Chen Xiu nodded. That is indeed just one part of the picture. Yang Kai went on to say, Yin-Yang Cave Heaven will lose a potential 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but what if I can make sure that you'll have more 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the future? Will you agree to my request then? Zhuo Qiuming's interest had been piqued. What can you do that will allow us to have more 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the future? Chen Xiu raised his eyebrow and made a speculation. Is it the world tree in the star boundary? It's not the world tree. The nourishment from the world tree could indeed raise a cultivator's potential and allow them to achieve greater heights. However, that was the general trend in the 3000 worlds. 1000 years later, all the cave heavens and paradises would benefit from it, so Yin-Yang Cave Heaven wasn't the only one. Yang Kai gazed at Zhuo Qiuming. Sect Master, if you agree, I will tell you everything. However, if you don't agree, it's pointless for me to say anything further. Zhuo Qiuming replied with a smile, you have to make yourself clear so that I can make a judgment, otherwise, how will I know if you're just making things up? Certainly, I wouldn't make things up when it comes to such a matter. And so, both sides fell into a deadlock. Zhuo Qiuming wanted to find out why Yang Kai had the confidence to make such a claim. On the other hand, Yang Kai wanted the sect master to agree to his terms first before he would tell him anything. Chen Xiu tried to probe him, but Yang Kai wouldn't reveal anything. This made the two leaders of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven doubt whether Yang Kai was really capable of achieving what he said. They would have run out of patience by now if Yang Kai was anyone else. However, he had just made a huge contribution by bringing two important disciples out of the Samsara Pavilion, so Zhuo Qiuming wouldn't be stern to him. Certainly, Chen Xiu wouldn't dare to do that as well since he still hoped there would be a proper arrangement for his disciple. He remained polite while probing the younger man. 1 hour later, Yang Kai and Chu Huashong left since both parties hadn't come to an agreement. Nevertheless, it was a good start in Yang Kai's eyes. He had already made his stance clear, and those from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven would have to slowly accept it. As Yang Kai walked alongside Chu Huashong, he suddenly asked, do you blame me, senior sister? Chu Huashong turned her head and flashed a smile at him. Blame you for not discussing the matter with me in advance? Yes. Chu Huashong replied with a smile, since it happened suddenly, you didn't have time to discuss it with me. Right after they left the Samsara Pavilion, they witnessed Luo Ting his ascension. Following that, they were summoned by the sect master. As she spoke, she wrapped her arm around Yang Kai's and rested her head on his shoulder. Honored master used to tell me that a woman has to follow her man wherever he goes. To me, it makes no difference whether you get married into Yin-Yang Cave Heaven or bring me out of the sect, however, it's a different case for the others. She was talking about Su Yang and the others. If Yang Kai really got married into Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, Su Yang and the others naturally had to come over as well. By then, they would be living under someone else's roof. Certainly, those from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven wouldn't oppress them, however, if something unexpected happened one day, they might feel aggrieved. But how are you going to persuade Sect Master and the others? Since Honored Master isn't around, no one else can help you with it, Chu Huashong asked curiously. Yang Kai replied with a smile, I'm prepared to pay a hefty price to buy you. Chu Huashong stared at him before scoffing, you want to buy me? You will have to spend a fortune then, for I'm very expensive. Regardless of how high the price is, I'll accept it as long as they're willing to let you go. Chu Huashong giggled, it'll cost you an arm and a leg. You'd best be prepared. Over the following days, Yang Kai followed Chu Huashong to visit the spirit provinces in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven and take in the sights. He had never felt more at ease as he left behind the conflicts and carnage that he had always been tangled up with over the past many years, giving him an almost surreal feel. 10 days later, 2 visitors arrived at Chu Huashong's residence. The visitors surprised Yang Kai, but it was also somewhat within his expectation. He asked with a smile, martial aunts, are you here to persuade me? Luo Ting he remained as willful as ever. Although she was now an 8th order ancestor in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, she still sat directly with her legs crossed on a chair and munched on a delicious spirit fruit she took out from somewhere. As she was having her snack, she said, "I'm annoyed by that brat surnamed Zwa. He insists on making me ask you what you're up to. I decided to come here since I was unable to brush him off." Martial Peak, Chapter 4854, Betrothal Gift. Yu Seong-dai followed up, "Sect Master is curious about what you've said. He wants to find out how you're going to create more 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters for us." Munching sounds were heard coming from Luo Ting his mouth. It seemed that she was crunching the fruit pits as well. She looked as if she had been starving for a long time, and only when she was done did she speak. "Yang Kai, it's not like we're strangers, so stop beating around the bush and speak frankly." Fine. Yang Kai nodded. Luo Ting he went on to say, "I'll tell you about the stance of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven first. I'm sure Zwa Boy has told you that no core disciple of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven has ever gotten married and left the sect, and we don't intend to make an exception. So, it'll be extremely difficult for you to marry Chua. No one in the sect will support you, and I don't agree with it either. If this precedent is set, it will be terrible news for Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. If bright disciples can easily get married and leave the sect, we will surely suffer huge losses in the future." "I understand." Yang Kai was fully aware of this. The core disciples of the Cave Heaven and Paradises had never gotten married and left the sects lest there was a loss of talented people. The disciples they had spent so much time and effort to nurture would belong to other sects after getting married and leaving their original sects. Even if they were still concerned about their master sects, it was no longer the same. Luo Ting he said, "As a supreme elder of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, I don't agree with you marrying Chua and bringing her out of the sect. However, as your friend, I want to see you getting your wish granted. Otherwise, the success of your 9 reincarnations will be wasted. Therefore, you have to tell me what your plan is so that I can have a reason to persuade those old farts." Yu Seong-dai said, "Senior sister Luo is now an ancestor in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, so she does have some influence. Usually, even if a newly advanced ancestor had some influence in their sect, it wouldn't be huge. After all, their foundation wasn't solid, so the other ancestors would have a bigger say. However, Luo Ting he was different, for she was an ancestor who had a chance to ascend to the 9th Order one day. This advantage alone would allow her words to be taken seriously by others." After giving it a thought, Yang Kai nodded, "Since both of you have said so, I'll stop hiding anything." He had already intended to talk to Luo Ting he about this. The reason he hid it from Zwa Qiuming some time ago was that he wanted to arouse the curiosity of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's leaders. Besides Shu Ling Gong, Yang Kai was most familiar with Yu Seong-dai. Now, there was also Luo Ting he. Sect Master Zwa Qiuming and Elder Chen Xiu were unable to get a clear reply from Yang Kai, so they had to rely on Luo Ting he to probe the young man. In fact, Yang Kai had been waiting for Luo Ting he or Yu Seong-dai to show up for the past few days. With the two of them as go-betweens, Yang Kai could finally reveal his plan. "Martial Aunt Luo, have you heard of the world tree in the star boundary?" Yang Kai asked. Luo Ting he didn't understand what their discussion today had to do with the world tree, but she still nodded. "I've heard about it from junior sister Yu. You've done a great job as it's a huge contribution for the entire 3,000 worlds. In fact, I had heard rumors regarding the world tree before, but I've never seen it with my own eyes. I'm ready to go over and have a look. Martial Aunt, you've just ascended to the 8th Order. If you can cultivate around the world tree, it will help with stabilizing your foundation. After the matter here is settled, I'll head to the star boundary with you." Yang Kai ended this topic, then continued, "The nourishment from the world tree allows the cultivators living in the star boundary to gain immense benefits. Over the years, a lot of young people with excellent aptitudes have emerged in the star boundary. The power of the world tree also allows cultivators to have a brighter future than what they originally could have achieved." He went on to say, "In the past, those who could directly ascend to the 6th Order would be core disciples in the Cave Heaven and Paradises, but there wouldn't be a lot of them. It was even rarer for anyone to directly ascend to the 7th Order. However, with the nourishment from the world tree, The future of the martial Tao in the entire 3000 worlds will only get better. In the future, when the first batch of cultivators who have gained the benefits mature, there will be many who will directly ascend to the sixth order. When the second batch of beneficiaries come of age, perhaps there will be a lot of people who can directly ascend to the seventh order. Yu Xiongdai nodded. Since you'd been busy dealing with your affairs in the past years, you might not be aware of it yet. The power of the world tree's nourishment has already manifested. Some of the disciples from the cave heaven and paradises who were sent to the star boundary have shown signs that they will be able to directly ascend to the sixth order. All of the cave heaven and paradises had set up Tao temples in the star boundary. Inside those Tao temples, there were also disciples who were taken on in the star boundary, but most of the disciples were sent to this place from the cave heaven and paradises. Most of these disciples were children, but there were also some established cultivators. Having said that, these established cultivators were far from the open heaven realm as they were generally below the Tao source realm. That was because the lower the cultivation and the younger a person was, the greater the benefits they would get from the world tree's nourishment. If they had condensed their Tao seal and ascended to the open heaven realm, it would be useless to head to the star boundary in terms of increasing their aptitude. It had been several hundred years since the world tree in the star boundary became known to the public. There was ample time for the first batch of disciples to grow up. None of them had ascended to the open heaven realm yet, however, many people had condensed their Tao seals, so it was just a matter of time before they broke through. The firmness of their Tao seals and the orders of the resources they had refined would determine how far they could go when ascending to the open heaven realm. In the past, all the cave heaven and paradises treated their core disciples like treasures. Nevertheless, in the future, there would be more people who could directly ascend to the sixth order, and that number would only continue to grow. It was because of this benefit that those from Thousand Cranes Paradise were willing to reconcile with Yang Kai. Otherwise, they wouldn't have easily let Yang Kai off for killing Zhuo Quan Hui. Certainly, the fact that Zhuo Quan Hui had betrayed Thousand Cranes Paradise first had allowed them to have room to save the situation. Otherwise, even if they were willing to reconcile with Yang Kai, they would still have had to kill him for the sake of their reputation. If that had happened, Void Land and the star boundary wouldn't have been able to bear the consequences. The first batch of cultivators had already obtained immense benefits, so the children who were born and grew up in the star boundary would be the second batch of beneficiaries. Some of them might be able to directly ascend to the seventh order because they were younger, which allowed them to get even more benefits from the world tree's nourishment. Things would only get better for the third batch, the fourth batch, and so on. All of the cave heaven and paradises were looking forward to that bright future. The fact that Star Boundary was an open heaven realm cradle had spread across all corners of the 3000 worlds. Those from the cave heavens and paradises also regarded the world tree in the Star Boundary as the most valuable treasure in the universe. As such, a lot of high-rank open heaven realm masters were stationed in the Star Boundary all year round to monitor and protect it. One day, there will be a lot of 6th Order and 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. Those disciples need a lot of materials when trying to break through, and it will require even more when they begin to cultivate. Yang Kai gazed at Luo Tinghe. I know that given Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's heritage that has been accumulated over countless years, you must have a lot of materials in reserve that are ready to be used at any moment. However, your sect's reserves can probably satisfy the needs of the disciples who are trying to break through right now, but can it support the exponential growth of the people who will directly ascend to the 6th Order and 7th Order in the near future? Even if you have enough reserves for the time being, how long can they last? Luo Tinghe shook her head. I've just left the Samsara Pavilion, so I'm not sure about it. Yu Xiongdai on the other hand frowned. I know little about it as well. Those valuable materials are controlled by a Supreme Elder. However, I've heard the sect master mention that the reserve of strategic materials leaves much to be desired. He especially wants us to look for more yin and yang element materials that are in the 6th Order and above. Obviously, he has expected what will soon happen in the Star Boundary. When the sect master mentioned valuable materials, there was no doubt that he was talking about yin and yang element materials, especially ones in the 6th Order and 7th Order which were the rarest of all. When an open heaven realm master cultivated, they could use materials of lower orders or open heaven pills. However, Those precious materials were required when trying to make the initial breakthrough to the open heaven realm. In the past, Yang Kai had spent a lot of time and effort in order to look for a 7th-order yin element material, but he never achieved his goal in the end, which went to show that these precious materials were extremely rare and couldn't even be bought with money. I'm sure that the other cave heavens and paradises can also see things that the sect master is able to see. I dare say that all the cave heaven and paradises are now scrambling to collect 6th and 7th-order yin and yang element materials. Yu Xiongdai put on a bitter smile. They don't just scramble to get 6th-order and 7th-order yin and yang element materials. Because of the good fortune divine furnace, they are collecting all yin and yang element materials regardless of the orders. Other than yin and yang element materials, it's the same case for materials of the 5 elements that are of higher orders. These days, the prices of yin and yang element materials have risen by 10 or 20%. The good fortune divine furnace was an incredible treasure as it could potentially turn a lot of low-order materials into high-order ones. In the past, 2nd-order and 3rd-order yin and yang element materials were practically useless. However, if they were dumped into the good fortune divine furnace, they could be turned into 3rd-order and 4th-order materials, which would be useful. Now, you can't even find yin and yang element materials that are above the 4th order on the market. Yang Kai nodded. It seems that all the cave heavens and paradises are getting prepared. Nevertheless, regardless of how they try to collect those materials, there will still be a lack when they need to use them. What are you trying to say? Luo Ting he still hadn't figured out Yang Kai's intention after such a long time. They were talking about marriage, so why did he mention cultivation materials all of a sudden? With a solemn expression, Yang Kai said, I'm willing to offer 1,000 6th-order and 100 7th-order sets of yin and yang element materials as a betrothal gift. So, I hope that those from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven will allow me to marry Senior Sister Chu at an appropriate time. Everyone was shocked upon hearing that. The astounded ladies gazed at Yang Kai and thought that they had misheard him. Although Luo Ting he had been trapped inside the Samsara Pavilion for 2,000 years, and she knew little about the current affairs in the 3,000 worlds, she was aware that the figures that Yang Kai had just brought up were astonishing. She couldn't help but turn to look at Yu Xiongdai and ask, Xiao Dai, there must be something wrong with my ears after I was trapped for such a long time. What did young boy just say? Yu Xiongdai appeared to be dumbfounded, but upon hearing her senior sister's words, she subconsciously replied, he said he would offer 1,000 6th-order and 100 7th-order sets of yin and yang element materials as his betrothal gift. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4855, No Problem. Sold. Luo Ting he landed her palm on the armrest. She was so forceful that the armrest directly turned into dust. Senior sister. Yu Xiongdai was torn between tears and laughter. They were talking about marriage, not an auction. Why did her senior sister even say it like that? With that said, she was still stunned by the figures that Yang Kai had brought up. 1,000 6th-order and 100 7th-order yin and yang element materials were worth countless open heaven pills. In fact, 6th-order and 7th-order yin and yang element materials often couldn't be bought with open heaven pills, not to mention that those were a staggering number of strategic resources given the current situation in the world. There was no doubt that even Yin-Yang Cave Heaven didn't have so many materials. It could be said that this kind of fortune was tempting enough for all the cave heavens and paradises. With these resources in possession, those from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven wouldn't have to worry about the ascension of their disciples for the next 1,000 years at least. Yu Xiongdai soon came to her senses. Is this the way you're able to help create more 8th-order open heaven realm masters for Yin-Yang Cave Heaven that you've mentioned to the sect master? Yang Kai replied with a smile, Ien. With so many resources in possession, coupled with the world tree's nourishment in the star boundary, a lot of disciples who could directly ascend to the 6th order and the 7th order would emerge in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. These people would have the potential to slowly make it to the 8th order. Yang Kai was unable to create more 8th order open heaven realm masters directly, for he was only a 6th order open heaven realm master. However, the resources he had mentioned were necessary for creating 8th order open heaven realm masters. In comparison, it wasn't unacceptable to let Chu Hua Shong marry Yang Kai. A precedent could be created as long as he was willing to pay a good enough price. When the leaders of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven heard about this news, they would give it a serious thought. Where did you get so many 6th order and 7th order yin and yang element materials? Disbelief was written all over Yu Xiongdai's face. She knew a thing or two about the situation in Voidland and High Heaven Palace. Even though the new Great Territory was mysterious, it couldn't possibly give Yang Kai so many good things. She soon realized something after asking the question: the chaotic dead territory. If there was anywhere in the world that was abundant in yin and yang element materials, it had to be the chaotic dead territory. That was the battlefield where the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer unendingly clashed with each other. The war had been ongoing for countless years, so an unimaginable number of yin and yang element materials must have been created. However, it was extremely dangerous in the chaotic dead territory. Even the 8th order ancestor, who had been keeping guard in front of the territory gate, could only enter the periphery temporarily, and his life would be at risk if he stayed too long. Yu Xiongdai had never entered the chaotic dead territory before. The 8th order ancestor who was guarding the chaotic dead territory was from a different cave heaven, but he wasn't stationed there forever. The cave heavens and paradises would take turns sending their ancestors to that place, so an ancestor from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven had been there as well. According to the ancestor, he had tried entering the chaotic dead territory and seen a lot of yellow and blue crystals from afar. The fluctuations coming from the crystals suggested that they were the yin and yang element materials that people craved. However, he was unable to obtain them because he wasn't powerful enough. That remained a regret in his heart. After Yang Kai followed the giant spirit god to enter the chaotic dead territory, everyone thought that he was doomed to die. The cave heavens and paradises were already astounded that he was able to leave the chaotic dead territory safely, so no one could have expected that he had gained a lot of benefits from that place. Since Yang Kai was able to offer 1000 6th order and 100 7th order yin and yang element materials, it suggested that he had obtained a lot more than that from the chaotic dead territory. Yu Xiongdai thought that he might have even gotten several dozen times more than he was offering. However, she had no idea that the rewards Yang Kai had acquired from the chaotic dead territory were simply incalculable. 1000 6th order and 100 7th order yin and yang element materials were like a mere drop in the ocean to him. To put it bluntly, given his wealth now, he could make everyone go mad by leaking out a bit of what he possessed. The chaotic dead territory, Yang Kai didn't deny it. Since he was able to offer so many valuable materials, anyone who wasn't a fool was able to figure out where he obtained them. There was no way he could hide it. "You've been to the chaotic dead territory?" Luo Ting, he was astonished. "How did you even survive?" "It's a long story." Yang Kai recalled the time he spent dealing with Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan in the chaotic dead territory, a somewhat shameful experience he'd rather not look back on. It wasn't like he could tell others that he had been playing games with those two for years, which was how he survived and acquired a large sum of wealth. Swiftly changing the topic, he asked, "Martial Aunt Luo, you said it was a deal. Does that mean that you think my plan is feasible?" "It's totally feasible." Luo Ting, he nodded repeatedly. "I can't even contain the urge to agree to it right now. However, Chu's matter is important to the sect, so I'll have to discuss it with those old farts. Regardless, you don't have to worry about it. I'm sure I can reason with them since you're able to offer so many precious materials." "Many thanks for the help, Martial Aunt Luo," Yang Kai saluted her. "Good, I'll go over to persuade them now. Wait for me here." Upon finishing her words, Luo Ting, he directly dashed out of the place. Yu Xiongdai put on a helpless smile and shook her head as she watched Luo Ting he leave. Then, she turned to Yang Kai and said, "You don't have to worry about it since you've shown enough sincerity. I would have been tempted if I were one of the sect's managers. Rules are dead, and they can be broken at an appropriate time. Moreover, with senior sister Luo around, I'm sure she'll be able to persuade them." She paused for a moment. "Also, you've made a huge contribution to Yin-Yang Cave Heaven by bringing senior sister out of the Samsara Pavilion. Even if they have nothing to give you to express their gratitude, there's no reason for them to make things difficult for you. It would be good if everything goes well." Yang Kai nodded. "Just wait here. I'm sure a decision will be made soon." Yu Xiongdai said, then left as she didn't want to keep bothering them. As expected, a decision was soon made. Luo Tinghe came over again the next day. Chu Huashong had already prepared a lot of Luo Ting his favorite spirit fruits and swiftly served them to her. Instead of eating though, Luo Tinghe frowned with a worried expression. Upon seeing that, Yang Kai felt his chest tightening as he had a feeling that things didn't go as he had hoped. Forcefully calming himself down, he asked, Martial Aunt Luo, has a decision been made? After letting out a sigh, Luo Tinghe looked apologetically at Yang Kai. I've done my best, but those old farts are too obstinate. I'm not their match. Instantly, Chu Huashong's face turned pale. Yang Kai took her hand and gave her a comforting look before saying, why aren't the ancestors agreeing to it? Do they have other demands? Please tell me, Martial Aunt. I won't refuse as long as I am able to comply. That's what he said. Luo Tinghe looked up at him with a smile. You also heard it, Chua. I didn't force him in any way. You'll be the witness and make sure that he won't go back on his word. Yang Kai and Chu Huashong were stunned. They initially thought that it was a terrible outcome, but they were not so certain about it now upon seeing Luo Tinghe's expression. Chu Huashong quickly went over to stand behind Luo Tinghe and began massaging her shoulders. In an obedient manner, she asked, Martial Aunt, what was the reply from the elders? Please tell us. Luo Tinghe smiled and teased her. Are you in a rush to get married? You're already taking your man's side when the matter isn't even settled yet. A frank Chu Huashong replied, to a woman, the most important thing is to find the right man. Don't you agree? After giving it a thought, Luo Tinghe nodded in agreement. You have a point. Don't worry. How could the matter not be settled when I was the one persuading them? Although the old farts had some scruples, I managed to win them over in the end. An elated Chu Huashong asked, are you serious? Why would I lie to you about it? Luo Tinghe picked up a spirit fruit and stuffed it into her mouth before speaking in a muffled voice. The main reason is that Yang Kai has shown enough sincerity by offering an incredible betrothal gift. For such a price, forget about you, those old farts would even agree to let him marry me. Of course, that was completely impossible. For Luo Tinghe had a chance to ascend to the top 9th Order Open Heaven realm one day. Such a person wouldn't just be a pillar of strength in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven in the future, but its very foundation. Regardless of what was offered, those from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven would never let her go. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a slight headache, but he still said gratefully, many thanks for your assistance, Martial Aunt. Luo Tinghe waved her hand, there's no need to thank me yet. Although the old farts have agreed to it, they still have a demand. If you can't fulfill it, you won't be able to bring Chua with you. Please tell me, Martial Aunt. Luo Tinghe went on to say with a smile, in any case, this isn't really a disadvantage to you. The decision-makers have agreed to let you marry Chua, but there's a caveat. With it being a buy one get one free deal, Yin-Yang Cave Heaven will actually be suffering a loss. Chu Huashong, who was giving her a massage, froze for a moment before coming to her senses. Senior Sister Dao. Luo Tinghe nodded, It's that brat Chen Xiu who messed everything up. He doesn't deserve to be a master after doing something so harmful to his disciple. If Yang Kai hadn't left his aura inside Dao Lingwan's small universe by lending her a hand when she was suffering from cultivation dissonance, there would have been room to maneuver. However, Dao Lingwan's life or death now hinged on Yang Kai, and no one could do anything to change that. All this happened because of Chen Xiu's plan. Even though his intention was to resolve the embarrassing situation that Yin-Yang Cave Heaven was in, and he was well-meaning in that regard, it only led to an even more embarrassing situation. Worse yet, despite his wrongdoing, it was his disciple who had to bear the consequences. At that instant, Yang Kai didn't know how to reply. He had been trying to avoid this problem as he wanted to settle the matter regarding Chu Huashong first. However, he hadn't expected that those from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven wanted to resolve the issues pertaining to Chu Huashong and Dao Ling Wan at the same time. Just then, Chu Huashong directly made a decision for him. Deal. A speechless Yang Kai asked, don't you have to ask for my opinion first? He could still explain himself to Su Yang and the others if he brought Chu Huashong back. After all, they were aware of Chu Huashong's existence and what had happened during the Dao Theory Assembly. However, how was he going to come up with an explanation if Dao Ling Wn tagged along? Yu Ru Meng and Shan Qing Luo would probably skin him alive. Chu Hua Shong pretended that she hadn't heard him as she continued giving Luo Tinghe a massage and said with a smile, "However, please tell the ancestors that senior sister Dao is not some freebie. Junior brother will also offer 1006th order and 107th order sets of yin and yang element materials as her betrothal gift. Senior sister Dao and I will then marry him at the same time." Upon finishing her words, she turned to look at Yang Kai. "Can you do it?" Yang Kai braced himself to reply in a voice filled with tragic resolve, "Fine, no problem." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4856, You Can Eat Us Together. The matter was decided just like that. Yang Kai had to offer 2006th order and 207th order sets of yin-yang element materials as betrothal gifts, and he would be allowed to marry 2 disciples from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven at an appropriate time. Chen Xiu was grateful to Chu Hua Shong for her magnanimity. He was a 7th order open heaven realm master after all. As an inner elder of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, he was aware of some insider information. Moreover, he was the one who persuaded the ancestors to make marrying Dao Ling Wn one of the conditions. Certainly, he was doing all this for his disciples' future. After all, Dao Ling Wan's small universe had been marked by Yang Kai's aura. Without him, she would never be able to make it to the 7th order, and she would be at risk of losing her life at any moment. Chu Hua Shong's magnanimity had saved Dao Ling Wn from that fate and allowed the 2 of them to stand on an equal footing. The fact that 2 6th order disciples would get married and leave the sect sometime in the future couldn't be hidden. When the news was spread, everyone in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven was shocked. However, upon learning the price that Yang Kai had offered as his betrothal gift, they were even more astounded. 2006th order and 207th order sets of yin-yang element materials. Such an amount was unimaginably immense. Those materials were more than enough to be the betrothal gifts for Yang Kai to marry 2 disciples. Outside Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, goodbyes were being said. Yang Kai had to return to the star boundary. Back then, after he left the star boundary, he headed to Lang Ya Paradise to make a scene. After that, he followed giant spirit god Ar to enter the chaotic dead territory where he would be trapped for decades. Then, he went on to stay in the Samsara Pavilion in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven for more than 130 years. It was time he headed back to the star boundary. Since the matter in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven had been resolved, he was now prepared to cultivate in seclusion to achieve a breakthrough to the 7th order open heaven realm. Certainly, Chu Hua Shong and Dao Ling Wan would tag along. Dao Ling Wan was at risk of suffering from cultivation dissonance at any moment, so she had to follow Yang Kai. Because of the world tree, Luo Ting, he was ready to visit the star boundary to take a look at one of the rarest treasures in the universe. Moreover, she had just ascended to the 8th order open heaven realm, so if she could cultivate beside the world tree, she might reap some unexpected benefits. Thus, the 4 of them left together. Chen Xiu and Yu Xiongdai saw them off. Feng Cheng Sai, who was Chen Xiu's disciple, had also come over. Marshal niece Chu, Marshal nephew Yang, I'm sorry for everything that I've done. Please forgive me and accept my apology. Upon finishing his words, Chen Xiu saluted Yang Kai and Chu Hua Shong with a sincere attitude. As a senior in the sect, it was very sincere of him to offer an apology to 2 juniors. Yang Kai was initially resentful, but after giving it a thought, he realized that no serious harm had been caused, so he lifted his hand and said, "It's all in the past, Marshal Uncle Chen." Chen Xiu took a glance at Dao Ling Wan and sighed, "Perhaps I've overly doted on Wanna by always keeping her by my side. She's an innocent girl who has never seen the outside world. Please take care of her from now on, Marshal nephew, Marshal niece. If she makes a mistake, you can punish her appropriately." Chu Hua Shong wrapped her arm around Dao Ling Wan's and replied with a smile, "Don't worry, Marshal Uncle Chen. Senior sister Dao is an obedient girl. I'm sure junior brother will be fond of her. Why would he ever punish her? Am I right, junior brother?" Yang Kai nodded, "I'll not let junior sister suffer any grievances." Chen Xiu then said to Dao Ling Wan, "Wanna, You have to listen to your future husband from now on and must never do anything to bring shame to him or yourself. You have to stay by your husband's side. If I find out that you've done anything to betray him or the master sect, I'll not forgive you." Dao Lingwan's eyes were red and drenched in tears. With her head hung low, she replied, "Yes, honored master. I'll never forget your teachings." She had always lived in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven since she was a child. Although she was now a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm master, she had never left the master sect before, nor had she not been by her honored master's side for any extended period of time. After she left the sect this time, it wasn't certain when she would be able to return, which was why she was melancholic. The 3,000 worlds was expansive, so they might not even meet each other again in the future. "Go now." Chen Xiu jerked his head to the side. Feng Cheng Sai cupped his fist. "Please take good care of yourself, senior sister." Dao Ling Wan was no longer able to hold back her tears. She slowly fell on her knees and kowtowed in front of Chen Xiu 3 times. "Honored master, I'll never forget the fact that you were the one who raised me. Go now." Chen Xiu waved his hand and repeated. A worried Dao Ling Wan said to Feng Cheng Sai, "Junior brother, you must take good care of honored master." Feng Cheng Sai nodded. "Don't worry about it, senior sister. Let's go now. Stop dilly-dallying." Luo Tinghe shouted at them from the deck as she was eager to set off on her journey. She was deathly curious about the world tree. Yang Kai took a glance at the ship, then cupped his fist at Chen Xiu and Yu Xiongdai. "You don't have to see us off, martial uncle, martial aunt. Farewell. Be careful out there." Yu Xiongdai replied with a smile. After leading the 2 ladies to enter the ship, Yang Kai activated his power and drove the vessel towards the void. They soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Chen Xiu and Yu Xiongdai watched the ship leave. A moment later, Yu Xiongdai turned her head and said, "Why are you still crying when you're a grown man? Others will laugh at you." A flushing Chen Xiu remained silent. Yu Xiongdai said to Feng Cheng Sai, "Take care of your master." "Yes," Feng Cheng Sai replied. Unable to take it anymore, Chen Xiu refuted, "Don't listen to your martial aunt's drivel. I'm fine." In a dispassionate manner, Yu Xiongdai said, "Now that Wanna has left the sect and headed to another place, I wonder whether she will be oppressed. Yang Kai is an upright man, so I believe he won't mistreat her. However, he has several partners. A woman driven by jealousy is capable of anything. I'm worried that Wanna won't be a match for them. She will be in a pitiful state if no one can stand up for her." Chen Xiu stopped in his tracks as his eyes reddened again. He almost couldn't contain the urge to race after Dao Ling Wan. On the other hand, Yu Xiongdai laughed spiritedly and took off. Chen Xiu glowered at her figure, but there was nothing he could do. Everything looked novel to Dao Ling Wan, who had never left the master sect before. While she still hadn't recovered from the sadness for having to leave her home, she was also engulfed in a sense of anxiety. Fortunately, Chu Hua Shong was there to keep her company. A few days later, she finally settled her nerves. Since Yang Kai was the one driving the ship, the ladies didn't have to worry about anything. Luo Tinghe never showed up as she had to cultivate in her room to consolidate her 8th order Open Heaven Realm cultivation. Chu Hua Shong thus led Dao Ling Wan to see Yang Kai. The former was completely at ease while the latter hung her head bashfully, seemingly not daring to look Yang Kai in the eyes. It was as though another person had stood in front of Yang Kai and gotten struck by that fatal attack in his stead in the first life instead of this woman before his eyes. Yang Kai looked curiously at them. "Husband," there was a tinge of slyness behind Chu Hua Shong's eyes as she saluted the man. Her voice was as pleasant as the morning breeze. A speechless Yang Kai pressed his palm against his forehead. Before he could say anything, a slightly trembling Dao Ling Wan also saluted him. Upon summoning all her courage, she called out in a small voice, "Husband." Yang Kai shot Chu Hua Shong a glare, as though he was questioning what she had done. Given Dao Lingwan's temperament, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to call him husband without significant prodding. Chu Hua Shong must have encouraged her to do so before this. Dao Ling Wan was a naive girl, so she could be fooled easily. Pretending to not see his expression, Chu Hua Shong spoke in a sweet voice, "Husband, do you want to eat me first, or would you prefer senior sister Dao?" Upon hearing that, Yang Kai almost couldn't stop himself from coughing up blood. On the other hand, Dowling Wan widened her eyes and gazed at Yang Kai in horror. Disbelief was written all over her face, as though she had just heard something inconceivable. A mischievous Chu Hua Shong went on to say in a charming tone, "You can also eat us together. Stop messing around." Yang Kai chided her with a straight face. In an instant, Chu Hua Shong pouted in protest. Ignoring her, Yang Kai turned to look at Dowling Wan, but he didn't know what to say. A lot of accidents happened during his visit to Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, but there was no doubt that Dowling Wan was the biggest surprise. Although Chu Hua Shong had made a decision for him to also offer the same betrothal gift to bring her away, he wasn't ready to face this bashful and timid woman just yet. They were not familiar with each other as they didn't come into contact frequently in the past. Moreover, she wasn't as approachable as Chu Hua Shong. "Wanna? Can I call you that?" Yang Kai said after giving it a thought. Just like what Chu Hua Shong had said, Dowling Wan was her senior sister while she called Yang Kai junior brother. It would be a mess if Yang Kai called Dowling Wan junior sister. Dowling Wan nodded almost imperceptibly. "We haven't known each other for long, and we're not familiar with one another, but that's fine. We'll have ample time to grow closer. As for this engagement, you can give it a serious thought. If you regret it one day." "I'll never regret it." Dowling Wan suddenly summoned her courage and interrupted Yang Kai, staring him straight in the eye with unexpected fortitude. Upon coming to her senses though, she quickly hung her head low again and whispered, "I'll not regret it." Yang Kai nodded. "It's me who has said something wrong. You can learn more about me through senior sister Chu or your own observation. We're still young after all, so there's no need to rush things. If you miss your master and junior brother one day, just tell me about it and I'll ask someone to send you back to Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. Since it's your master sect, you two can go back to visit as you please." He then added, "Also, if you realize that you're about to suffer from cultivation dissonance, you have to tell me quickly. You must not try to deal with it on your own." As Yang Kai continued to say caring words to her, Dowling Wan nodded repeatedly and became less nervous. All of a sudden, Yang Kai stopped speaking and frowned. The perceptive Chu Hua Shong noticed that there was something wrong with him, so she asked anxiously, "What happened?" Yang Kai tried to sense it for a moment before shaking his head. "I have no idea. I just feel a sense of unease all of a sudden." "A sense of unease?" Chu Hua Shong arched her brow. To a powerful sixth-order open heaven realm master like Yang Kai, it wasn't a good sign to feel a sense of uneasiness. That might signal that something bad was about to happen. "Perhaps I was just imagining it," Yang Kai pondered. "You must not be negligent," Chu Hua Shong said seriously. "Examine yourself carefully. I'll also help." Yang Kai nodded. A moment later though, they still hadn't discovered anything wrong, as though the sense of unease just now was just an illusion. It was not impossible. Although a powerful cultivator had a sensitive perception, it wouldn't be correct every time. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4857, A Sense of Unease. As Chu Hua Shong led Dowling Wan to leave, Yang Kai could faintly hear Dowling Wan speaking in a hushed and terrified tone. "Junior sister Chu, does husband really eat humans?" "Yes." To make things worse, Chu Hua Shong took the other woman's hand and spoke in a grim tone, "He'll eat your hands first as the flesh is delicate. Then, he'll go on to eat your arms and stomach." Upon hearing that, Dowling Wan instantly turned pale. Yang Kai couldn't help but let out a sigh as he was worried that Dowling Wan wouldn't be able to bear Chu Hua Shong's cheekiness. The ship continued to move forward. It would take them several months before they could reach the star boundary. If Yang Kai were on his own, he could have used space principles to speed up the journey. However, he was unable to do that as he had 3 ladies with him. He wouldn't be able to endure taking 3 people with him using space principles for an extended period of time. In any case, he didn't mind spending a few months heading home. While they were on the road, Yang Kai would refine open heaven pills when he was free. Even if he never cultivated, his heritage would still continue to grow due to the living beings and small stone race in his small universe. Nevertheless, The cultivation process of an open heaven realm master was dull and required time and accumulation. The saying "many little drops make an ocean" would best describe the process. A few days later, when Yang Kai was refining open heaven pills, he furrowed his brows all of a sudden. The sense of uneasiness swept over him again, which alerted him. He already had this kind of feeling a few days ago, but he couldn't discover anything wrong after examining himself, so he thought that it was just his imagination. However, it didn't seem to be the case now. With the same feeling striking him for the second time, it couldn't be an illusion. He examined himself again, but didn't discover any problems. As he scanned the surroundings using his divine sense, he also couldn't detect the presence of any threats. This puzzled him as he had no idea where the sense of uneasiness came from. After pondering on it for a moment, Yang Kai left his room and arrived at another. Then, he knocked on the door. The door was soon opened. Upon entering the room, Yang Kai saw that Luo Ting he was seated with her legs crossed. It seemed that she was cultivating just now when she was interrupted. "What's wrong? Why are you here instead of keeping your future wives company?" Luo Ting he looked curiously at him. Yang Kai nodded and told her about his worries. Upon hearing that, Luo Ting he frowned. "When was the last time you were struck by that feeling?" Yang Kai replied, 3 days ago. "I'll have a look." Luo Ting he extended her hand and placed her fingers on his wrist. The next moment, a gentle force streamed into his body and thoroughly inspected everything. However, Luo Ting he was unable to discover anything as well. After retracting her hand, she said, "There's nothing wrong with your body. Has anything happened to your small universe?" Yang Kai shook his head. "That's what puzzles me. I've examined my small universe as well, and there's no problem with it." With the world spring around, his small universe was basically impenetrable. Unless he passed away, there would never be any problems with his small universe. Moreover, he really never found anything upon examining his small universe. Luo Ting he frowned and fell into her thoughts for a moment before saying, "If it's not your own problem, something might have happened to the people closest to you. Two people could have their hearts connected when they're close enough. When one person falls into danger, the other person will sense it regardless of where they are." Yang Kai's expression changed. If what Luo Ting he had said was true, could Su Yang have fallen into danger? Although he had several partners, Su Yang was the only one whose heart was connected to his. After all, they had become closely knitted after they cultivated the same secret art when they were very young. Shan Qing Luo and the others were not comparable to her in this regard. However, Su Yang was supposed to be in the ancestral land where only the other divine spirits could pose a threat to her, especially the Kuan clan members. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai realized that this was highly unlikely. The Kuan clan members were resentful of the Dragon clan, but they were actually on good terms with the Phoenix clan. Furthermore, Su Yang possessed the source of a fallen Phoenix Empress. Those from 4 Phoenix Pavilion would die to protect her. Even if the Kuan clan members wanted to harm Su Yang, Hong Hu and the others would never allow it to happen. The Phoenix clan was extremely powerful in the ancestral land, so the Kuan clan members couldn't easily pose a threat to them. Should I head to the ancestral land? Yang Kai was hesitant. He felt that his road to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm was becoming a bumpy one. He had already intended to achieve a breakthrough to the 7th Order many years ago, but he had kept putting it off due to various reasons. Certainly, he could make a detour to the Shattered Heaven and head to the ancestral land, but that would take a lot of time. Furthermore, he believed that with the protection of 4 Phoenix Pavilion, Su Yang and the others wouldn't be in danger. However, why had he repeatedly felt a sense of uneasiness if it wasn't because of Su Yang? Luo Ting he was unable to give him a definitive answer. After Yang Kai returned to his room, he tried to focus on cultivating but to no avail. Instead of dissipating, the sense of uneasiness became worse. Something must have gone wrong. He fell into his thoughts as the faces of the people from Void Land and High Heaven Palace went through his mind, but he eliminated them one by one. All of a sudden, he thought of a possibility thanks to Luo Ting his reminder. She said that the reason he felt a sense of uneasiness was that something had happened to the people closest to him. The first person that came into Yang Kai's mind was Su Yang. However, he he soon realized that Su Yang wasn't the only one who was close to him. To be precise, there were 9 people who couldn't really be considered to be close to him, but did have their lives tied to his. He quickly fished out the loyalty list from his small universe and opened it. The name Chen Tianfei, which was written in blood, was on the first page. The real name of Fatty Chen Tian was Chen Tianfei. However, due to his rotund figure, those who were not familiar with him thought that his name was really Fatty. In fact, he was the one who offered the loyalty list to Yang Kai. As the first person who left his name on the loyalty list, his name Chen Tianfei was naturally on the first page. He He, whose real name was Du Wenhong, was on the second page. Back then, when Yang Kai led Lu Shui and Guozi Yang to look for the star boundary, they were hunted down by He He. Left with no choice, Yang Kai let Lu Shui consume a mid-rank world fruit, which allowed her to ascend to the 5th Order Open Heaven realm so she would have the capital to go against him. Eventually, they subdued He He with difficulty and made him leave his name on the loyalty list. Yun Xinghua was on the 3rd page. He was the leader of Blood Swan Continent where Guozi Yang's daughter once lived. Since Yang Kai needed a new subordinate at that time, he decided to make him leave his name on the loyalty list. Of all the 9 people on the loyalty list, Chen Tianfei and Yun Xinghua were the weakest as they were only in the 4th Order Open Heaven realm. Because of that, Chen Tianfei was once worried that Yang Kai would abandon him. It wasn't until Yang Kai told him to take care of the small stone race members in the small stone world that he set his mind at ease. Maro Zhe was on the 4th page, Geng Qing was on the 5th page, and Zhu Ya was on the 6th page. All 3 mountain lords of Profound Yang Mountain from Shadowless Cave Heaven were in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Maro Zhe was the most powerful among them as he was just 1 step away from the 7th Order. Although Geng Qing and Zhu Ya were slightly weaker, they had remained in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm for a long time and were strong in their own right. There were initially 4 mountain lords in Profound Yang Mountain, however, the second mountain lord, Yun Fei Bai, had offended the proprietress, which was why Yang Kai decided to kill him. Because of that, Maro Zhe and the others were resentful of Yang Kai. When Maro Zhe left his name on the loyalty list, Yang Kai could see that the other man was still eager to get his revenge. Nevertheless, after so many years, these 3 had probably stopped thinking about avenging Yun Fei Bai's death. Yang Kai had killed more than 1 7th Order Open Heaven realm master already, so even if Maro Zhe managed to ascend to the 7th Order, he still wouldn't be a match for Yang Kai. He would certainly humiliate himself if he still wanted to get his revenge despite knowing that he couldn't defeat Yang Kai. Hui Jiyu was on the 7th page. Just like Maro Zhe and the others, he was in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Hui Jiyu had made a huge contribution when they were dealing with Zuoquan Hui and the others on Prison Star. There was nothing unusual with the first 7 pages, which suggested that these 7 people were still alive and kicking. However, Yang Kai's pupils contracted when he turned to the 8th page. That was because the name Xin Peng had disappeared without him knowing. When he turned to the last page, he saw that the name Luan Baifeng had also vanished, just like he had expected. The loyalty list had an eerie effect. The person who possessed the loyalty list had full control over the life or death of the people who had left their names on it. If the owner of the loyalty list passed away, the people whose names were on the list would lose their lives as well. The fact that 2 names had disappeared from the loyalty list suggested that something had happened to them. In other words, Xin Peng and Luan Baifeng might have already lost their lives. Xin Peng was only in the 5th Order Open Heaven realm, however, Yang Kai wanted to deal with Luan Baifeng back then, and Xin Peng was her trusted aide. Therefore, he made use of Xin Peng and successfully lured her out of the Black Prison. After that, the materials extracted from Black Prison would be sent to Void Land and High Heaven Palace. Most of the time, it was Xin Peng who dealt with these affairs. The environment in the Black Prison was unique and dangerous, while Luan Baifeng was one of the most powerful 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters out there. Additionally, she was also an expert in Tao of Spirit arrays. The average 7th Order Open Heaven realm master wouldn't be a match for her inside the Black Prison. After they defeated Zuoquan Hui in the past, Luan Baifeng returned to the Black Prison and started working on extracting more materials. Without Yang Kai's permission, she wouldn't easily leave the black prison. Yang Kai had never expected that the two of them had passed away. What had happened in the black prison? There were a tremendous amount of materials in the black prison, so it was a critical place that Yang Kai regarded highly. In the past, Voidland and High Heaven Palace mainly got their yin-yang element materials from the black prison. Even though Yang Kai had an inexhaustible amount of yin-yang element materials now, there was still a lack of higher-order 5-element materials. After he ascended to the 7th order, his cultivation progress would speed up if he had complete sets of 7th order materials to refine. After all, it took a painfully long time to ascend to the 8th order from the 7th order. Furthermore, there might be 8th order materials in black prison. Hence, he couldn't afford to lose the black prison. Nevertheless, Yang Kai had finally figured out the reason he had repeatedly felt a sense of unease. That was because Xin Peng and Luan Baifeng were killed one after the other. It was thanks to the loyalty list that he could faintly detect it despite being far away from them. Without any delay, he quickly summoned Chu Huashong and Dao Ling Wan. They then looked for Luo Tinghe. Upon hearing his explanation, Luo Tinghe scowled. So, the reason you felt a sense of uneasiness was that those two passed away? Marshall Peak, Chapter 4858, Still Alive. That's right, Yang Kai nodded. What are you going to do? Luo Tinghe asked. I have to head to the black prison to look into the matter. Regardless of who the culprit is, I'll make them pay. There was a cold expression on Yang Kai's face. He had no idea who had made a move on the black prison, but Luan Baifeng had been working for him for a long time now. She had also made a huge contribution when they were dealing with Zuoquan Hui back then. Certainly, the ill-intentioned people were aware that she was Yang Kai's subordinate as well as a person from Voidland. Since the unknown enemy dared to make a move on Luan Baifeng, their real target was probably Yang Kai. Furthermore, given Luan Baifeng's cultivation, coupled with her advantageous position in the black prison, the person who was able to kill her must be in the 7th order open heaven realm at the very least, and the person was no ordinary 7th order open heaven realm master. In other words, the person was probably from one of the cave heavens or paradises. The high-rank open heaven realm masters from the shattered heaven wouldn't have the guts to enter the 3,000 worlds. Was it Thousand Crane Paradise or Myriad Demons Cave Heaven? Yang Kai reckoned that he only had some grudges with these two sects, but he couldn't think of the reason they decided to kill Luan Baifeng. At this moment, Yang Kai felt fortunate that Luo Tinghe had also tagged along, otherwise, he, Chu Huashong, and Dao Ling Wan might not be able to accompany him to Black Territory. Regardless of the danger in Black Territory, there wouldn't be a problem as they had Luo Tinghe, who was a new 8th order open heaven realm master, with them. Therefore, the ship changed directions and headed straight to Black Territory. They never encountered any danger on the road, and a few months later, they arrived at a great territory that was just beside Black Territory. Yang Kai didn't rush into Black Territory to look into the matter. Since Luan Baifeng and Xin Peng were dead, it suggested that a turn of events had already taken place in Black Territory. No one knew what was going on there. Although they had Luo Tinghe, an 8th order open heaven realm master, with them, they still had to be careful. They thus hid on a shattered spirit province and waited patiently. Yang Kai had been to this place once before. This was the location where he ambushed Xin Peng, who had just left Black Territory at that time, and forced him to leave his name on the loyalty list. He then subdued Luan Baifeng and took control of the Black Prison. Even though there were countless ore stars in Black Territory that were full of materials, the place was considered barren when it came to anything else. Luan Baifeng was a woman who enjoyed the finer things in life, therefore, she would periodically tell someone to buy some daily necessities and luxuries from a star city in the neighboring Great Territory. Yang Kai wanted to wait for someone to come out so that he could find out the current situation in Black Territory. He was pretty lucky. After waiting for half a month, Yang Kai, who was meditating, heard Chu Huashong saying, "Junior brother, someone has come out." Yang Kai hurriedly looked up and saw that a person emerged from the territory gate that was connected to Black Territory. The person was heading straight to the Star City. As Yang Kai looked intently at the person, he soon widened his eyes in disbelief. "What's wrong?" Luo Tinghe asked. "That's Xin Peng." Yang Kai scowled. Upon hearing that, Luo Ting he was stunned, the one whose name has disappeared from the loyalty list. Didn't you say he was dead? She had no idea who Shin Peng was, but she remembered the name after Yang Kai mentioned the loyalty list to her previously. Yang Kai said, for a name to disappear from the loyalty list, it's either that I let the person go or they pass away. I've never changed anything on the loyalty list, but their names have disappeared. That's why I thought they were dead. However, now it was obvious to him that Shin Peng was still alive and kicking. In that case, what about Luan Baifeng? Could it be possible that the loyalty list malfunctioned, or it's a fake? Luo Ting he turned her head and asked. That's impossible. Yang Kai shook his head, the loyal list is genuine, and I've always kept it on me, so there's no damage on it. A glint flashed through Chu Hua Shong's eyes. In that case, they've probably found a way to safely remove their names from the loyalty list. That might be possible, but Yang Kai didn't think Shin Peng and Luan Baifeng were capable of doing that. Even if they were able to do that, it wouldn't bring them any benefits by doing so. Black Territory was a strategic location that was under Yang Kai's control, so Luan Baifeng and Shin Peng had to listen to his command as well. In fact, Yang Kai had never treated them unjustly over the years. He had always been magnanimous when it came to rewarding his subordinates. Maro Zhe and the others had enjoyed countless resources in Voidland over the years. Not only did they not have to worry about putting food on the table, they also held important positions in the sect and were respected by all its members. They didn't have a reason to take the risk of removing their names from the loyalty list. Was there a senior expert who was behind all of this? What could their intentions be though? Instead of making speculations, why don't you just go over and ask him? Luo Ting he was a woman of action. That was the reason she dashed into the Samsara pavilion back then over a trivial matter and set up an extremely difficult heart barrier, then waited for senior brother Sun to look for her. That was indeed a good way of finding out more information. Regardless of how they were able to remove their names from the loyalty list or whether there was a senior expert behind the scenes, Yang Kai would figure out everything by asking them. If the senior expert wanted to lure Yang Kai to Black Territory, his plan would be revealed after Yang Kai met up with Shin Peng. At the thought of this, Yang Kai decided to leave the hiding place as the ladies followed him closely. In the void, Shin Peng, who had turned into a ray of light, was rushing to the Star City in this great territory. When he saw someone standing in his way all of a sudden, he was astounded. He instinctively activated his world force and bellowed, "Who is it? Shin Peng, we haven't met for many years. Don't you recognize me anymore?" Yang Kai said, staring at him. Upon hearing his voice and making out his face, Shin Peng was evidently shocked. He then quickly saluted him and replied, "Sect Master, I'm sorry for being rude. Please forgive me." "It's fine. Where are you going?" Yang Kai asked impassively. Shin Peng wouldn't even dare to lift his head as he replied, "I'm going to the Star City to buy some daily necessities for Elder Luan." Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like Luan Baifeng who worked for Yang Kai were all the elders of Voidland. That was the reason Shin Peng called her Elder Luan now. Of course, that was how he addressed her in front of Yang Kai, the sect master. It wasn't certain what he called her in private. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Does Elder Luan have the urge to drink again? Luan Baifeng was an alcoholic. Yang Kai only realized it through his observation after he took her on as a subordinate. When there was a task she had to carry out, she wouldn't even drink a drop of wine. Nevertheless, when there was some free time, she loved to indulge herself in alcohol. Black Territory didn't have ingredients for making wine, so she would always tell Shin Peng to buy a lot of wine from the Star City in a neighboring Great Territory. However, she would soon finish all the wine and tell Shin Peng to get more. That has always been the case over the years. Shin Peng smiled meekly. "You indeed have acute eyesight, Sect Master." Elder Luan said that she wanted to drink a little wine. "You happen to come back at the right time. Elder Luan always says that it feels lonely to drink wine on her own. Now that you're here, Elder Luan will have fun drinking to her heart's content." Yang Kai stroked his chin. "I haven't met her in years, but she remains the same." As expected, Luan Baifeng is alive as well. Yang Kai already had this speculation when he saw that Shin Peng was still safe and sound. Xin Peng's words had also confirmed his speculation. Luan Baifeng was still alive, but for some reason, their names had disappeared from the loyalty list. Furthermore, Xin Peng's reaction suggested that he wasn't aware of this fact, otherwise, he wouldn't have remained so calm and collected. If he knew that his name had disappeared from the loyalty list, he would have become flustered the moment he saw Yang Kai. However, even though he appeared slightly nervous, he wasn't afraid one bit as he still behaved like usual. Could Yang Kai's other speculation be wrong? He initially thought that a senior expert had made a move to help remove Luan Baifeng and Xin Peng's names from the loyalty list. However, it didn't seem to be the case now. Xin Peng could only smile in response as he didn't have the audacity to say anything when Yang Kai remarked on Luan Baifeng's behavior. He secretly took a glance at the ladies behind Yang Kai and realized that he didn't know them either. However, these women were all beautiful in their own ways. He couldn't help but think that the sect master was truly lucky to be always surrounded by such women. Yang Kai already had several wives at home, but he still managed to bring back 3 more. Xin Peng went on to say, "Where have you been all these years, sect master? It was rumored that you had entered the chaotic dead territory. While everyone thought that you were dead, Elder Luan and I knew that you were still alive, and you would emerge sooner or later." Yang Kai's safety would have a direct impact on Xin Peng and the others. Since they were still alive, it meant that nothing had happened to Yang Kai. Therefore, when the rumor spread that Yang Kai had lost his life in the chaotic dead territory, the people whose names were on the loyalty list knew that he was still alive. With that said, they had been apprehensive as well, for the chaotic dead territory was known to be a dangerous place. They were worried that Yang Kai would be doomed to die sooner or later. If something happened to Yang Kai, all of them would lose their lives as well. Xin Peng was genuinely pleased when he saw Yang Kai appearing in front of him as he could finally be at ease. Yang Kai nodded, "I did come across some accidents. Since you're going to buy wine for Elder Luan, you should go now. I'll be waiting for you here, and we'll enter black territory together." After hesitating for a moment, Xin Peng asked inquisitively, "Why don't I send you into black territory first?" "There's no need for that." Yang Kai waved his hand. It was then Xin Peng left the place in a hurry. It was apparent that he wanted to buy the wine and return quickly. As Yang Kai watched him leave, he asked the others, "Did you see anything unusual?" Luo Tinghe shook her head. "There's nothing unusual about his behavior. Although he was nervous, it was only about as much as a subordinate would be when dealing with their leader." Chu Huashong nodded, "I don't see anything wrong with him either." The fact that there was nothing off about Xin Peng suggested that something must have gone wrong somewhere else. Yang Kai suddenly had a feeling that the matter regarding black territory was more complicated than he thought. Dao Ling Wn parted her lips, as though she was trying to say something, but she couldn't bring herself to speak in the end. Seeing that, Chu Huashong asked with a smile, "Do you see anything unusual about that person, Senior Sister Dao?" Yang Kai instantly turned to look at her. A blushing Dao Ling Wn said in a small voice, "It seems that he isn't aware that his name has disappeared from the loyalty list." Yang Kai arched his brow, "Why do you say so?" Dao Ling Wn replied, "If he were aware of it, he would have been apprehensive. That's because the fact that his name has disappeared from the loyalty list suggests that he has betrayed you. In that case, he should have been afraid when he saw you." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4859, Rules. Upon hearing that, Luo Tinghe and Chu Huashong nodded in agreement. The former said, "That's right." Yang Kai praised her by saying, "You're indeed an observant person, Wana. I share the same sentiment." Dao Ling Wn smiled bashfully upon getting the compliment, then stopped talking. This was indeed a strange incident. Their names had disappeared from the loyalty list for no reason, so they were supposed to be dead. However, not only were they still alive, they were also not aware of this fact. Just then, a small group of people were seen coming from the Star City's direction. The smiles on their faces as they chatted suggested that they were familiar with each other. Nevertheless, the auras exuding from their bodies were not powerful. The one at the front was only in the 4th Order Open Heaven realm while the rest were in the 3rd Order. It wasn't until they came near Yang Kai and the others that they discovered their presence, which astounded them. It was very common to kill people and snatch goods in the void, hence, the less powerful cultivators were at risk of losing their lives at any moment. However, since both parties were so close to one another, it wouldn't be appropriate for them to change direction now. By doing so, they would appear weak. They stopped talking and kept their guard up. They brushed past Yang Kai and the others before leaving in a hurry. Seeing that Yang Kai and the others didn't have any ill intentions or try to stop them, they breathed a sigh of relief. Nonetheless, the Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master soon returned. Yang Kai looked curiously at him. Upon confirming that Yang Kai didn't have any malicious intentions, the Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master cupped his fist. White Fang Province's Yuan Tongguang offers greetings. Yang Kai nodded dispassionately. What's wrong? Although he had never heard of White Fang Province before, he reckoned that it was just a second-class great force in some great territory, just like Great Moon Province. A great force could be considered second-class when there were mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters in the sect, but most such forces only had 1 or 2 Fifth-Order Masters assuming command. Such great forces were innumerable in the 3,000 worlds. Yuan Tongguang was only in the Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm. Since Yang Kai and the others were just standing there, he was unable to judge their cultivation. However, he had a feeling that they were more powerful than he was, so he remained polite. Nothing serious actually. This Yuan just wants to ask whether you're also heading to Black Territory. Yang Kai's expression changed when he heard that, then he played along by saying, indeed. Are you going there as well? At the same time, he was puzzled in his heart. Before his arrival, Black Territory had always been under Luan by Feng's strict control. Even though there were slaves in Black Territory, they were all snatched from other places using all sorts of means. After those from Heavenly Sword Union were defeated, the captives were brought to Black Territory as prisoners. Hence, those who had entered Black Territory were all Luan by Feng's or slaves. They had to extract materials for her until their death. She had never allowed anyone else to have a hand in this place. However, judging from Yuan Tongguang's words, it seemed that Black Territory had been opened up and anyone could enter now. Yuan Tongguang replied with a smile, yes. I heard that there were a lot of materials in Black Territory, but I had never had the chance to have a look. Now that Warden Luan has been kind enough to open up Black Territory for us to extract materials, it's a great opportunity for cultivators who are not so powerful like us. Many people have already entered. Yang Kai frowned and asked probingly, Brother Yuan, we've just come from another great territory after hearing rumors of this place, so we know little about Black Territory and Warden Luan. However, I've heard that Warden Luan is not a kind-hearted person. Instead, she's ruthless and fierce. Can we even survive if we enter Black Territory? Will we be able to own the materials we've extracted? I don't really believe it. Yuan Tongguang sized him up and replied with a smile, I see. That's what you're worried about. Is that why you've been staying here instead of entering Black Territory? This guy seemed to have misunderstood something, but Yang Kai didn't intend to explain anything. He was just trying to extract some information out of him anyway. As Yuan Tongguang spoke, he nodded his head. Your concern is not unfounded. In the past, no one would have believed Warden Luan if she said such a thing. However, it's different now, for she has joined Voidland and become the elder there. By the way, have you heard of Voidland before? Yes, Yang Kai replied in a perfunctory manner. There was a sense of admiration on Yuan Tongguang's face as he continued, Voidland is incredible, especially its lord. I heard that he's only in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, but he has killed 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters before. Also, he is still alive and well after offending Thousand Cranes Paradise back then. What's more, he's a great emperor of the Star Boundary. I'm sure you've heard about the Star Boundary before. One of the most precious treasures in the universe, the World Tree, is in the Star Boundary. Now, the Cave Heavens and Paradises have all set up Tao temples in the Star Boundary, and they have a lot of collaborations with the Voidland's Lord. I've heard his name a lot. There was an awkward expression on Yang Kai's face. He didn't know how to deal with this kind of situation when someone praised him right in front of him. To the side, Chu Hua Shong covered her lips and giggled. Warden Luan is an elder of Voidland. With the assurance from Voidland, there's nothing to worry about. In fact, there are some people who have become filthy rich after getting immense benefits from black territory. Really? Yang Kai appeared doubtful. Does Warden Luan really allow others to extract materials in her territory as they please? He was furious at this news as he wondered what Luan Baifeng was up to. The materials in black territory were immense, but if all of them were extracted by others, there wouldn't be anything left for Voidland and High Heaven Palace. Nevertheless, he soon recalled something. There was a mysterious power in black territory. The further one headed into the place, the quicker one would lose the heritage of their small universe. The average person was unable to reach the depths of the black prison. After years of extraction, the ore stars in the periphery had practically become barren. In the past, Yang Kai relied on the effects of his towering evergreen divine manifestation, coupled with the void yin-yang mirrors that he had created, to move several ore stars from black territory's inner region to the periphery. In other words, he was the only one in the world who could reach the depths of the black prison. Where would these people mine ore stars after entering black territory? Why had some people even reaped tremendous rewards to begin with? Yuan Tongguang asked with a smile, "Where are you from, brother? It seems that you know little about black territory." Yang Kai nodded, "I've only heard about it from others." No wonder. Yuan Tongguang sported an expression that showed he had already expected it. "I'll put it this way. Even though Warden Luan has allowed outsiders to extract materials in black territory, she wouldn't want to be taken advantage of. There are rules to follow if we want to go in." Yang Kai said humbly, "Please enlighten me, Brother Yuan." Yuan Tongguang responded politely, then explained, "Regardless of your origin or cultivation, you may enter black territory and extract materials. However, the materials you've discovered won't be entirely yours. Warden Luan has her own rules. For materials in the third order and below, we can pocket everything. For those that are above the third order and below the fifth order, we can keep half of them. For those above the fifth order, we can't keep any of that as we have to give everything to Warden Luan. Certainly, she won't let you work for free though. When you hand in the materials above the fifth order, she will give you some open heaven pills as a form of compensation. The compensation won't be a lot, but it is satisfactory." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai arched his brow. "So, those are the rules." "The rules are pretty fair," Yuan Tongguang smiled. Indeed, the rules were fair. If Luan Baifeng hadn't opened up black territory, the outsiders couldn't have entered the place and extracted materials. Materials below the third order didn't have much value, so they could just keep them. Fourth order and fifth order materials were expensive, so they could only keep half of them. For materials above the fifth order, they couldn't keep any of them, but Luan Baifeng would compensate them with some open heaven pills. In that case, it would attract a lot of weaker open heaven realm masters to work for her. Yuan Tongguang, who was in the fourth order open heaven realm, was one such person. This group's cultivation was neither high nor low, so they wouldn't have much wealth nor a way to get more. There was no doubt that working in black territory was a good option. Besides fourth order open heaven realm masters, even fifth order ones would be interested in such a deal, not to mention those who were below the fourth order open heaven realm. Their orders were too low, so it was extremely difficult for them to obtain cultivation materials. Once the news was spread, a lot of people would stream into black territory. "Are there already a lot of people in black territory?" Yang Kai asked. "I don't think so. After all, it was only a short time ago when the news was spread. I believe that there will be more people in a few months." "When was the news spread?" Yang Kai asked with a frown. "About 3 months ago," Yuan Tongguang replied as he looked doubtfully at Yang Kai. "When did you hear about the news?" "Half a month ago," Yang Kai said nonchalantly. "I heard someone mention it in a certain star city, so I became curious. However, I haven't made up my mind yet." Yuan Tongguang guffawed. "It's expected that you're worried. In fact, I didn't believe it either at first. If not for the fact that I was short on money, I wouldn't have taken the risk. The truth is that the situation in black territory is just like what I've described. You'll find out after going in." Yang Kai gazed at him with surprise. "Do you mean that you've entered black territory before?" Yuan Tongguang nodded. "I went in once 2 months ago and got some rewards." Certainly, I wouldn't keep them to myself, so I returned to the sect and brought my fellow brothers here. As he spoke, he pointed at the people behind him. They were apparently the disciples from the same sect that he had mentioned. Their cultivations were also similar to his. He then paused for a moment before saying, "If you don't mind, you can come with me. To be honest with you, there's some risk when we extract materials in black territory. Although Warden Luan is generous as she won't deduct the rewards that belong to us, she won't care about our safety either. If we don't come together and join forces, others might have their eyes on us if we manage to extract something good." It was then Yang Kai figured out why Yuan Tongguang returned to talk to him. It was apparent that he wanted to invite Yang Kai and the others to enter black territory together and form a small group. Although Yang Kai and his companions never showed their cultivation, it was apparent that they were powerful. Moreover, the three beautiful ladies in the group were undoubtedly attractive to them. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4860, Go Together. Black territory was shrouded in mystery. It seemed that Yang Kai had to personally look into the matter. He initially intended to wait for Xin Peng to come back before heading to black territory with him, but he had changed his mind. After all, if he went with Xin Peng, he would immediately see Luan by phone, and he wouldn't be able to investigate the truth on his own. Hence, faced with Yuan Tongguang's invitation, he only gave it a thought for a moment and agreed to it. "Good. I'm sorry for troubling you then, Brother Yuan." An elated Yuan Tongguang passionately told his fellow brothers to come over and introduce themselves. Yang Kai told them a fake name, but the surname was still Yang. He wouldn't dare to say that everyone in the 3,000 worlds knew his name, but there must be a lot of people that were aware of who he was. As for his background, he lied to them that he was from Great Moon Province. Upon hearing that, Yuan Tongguang and the others became at ease. In this expansive universe, great forces with the name province wouldn't be too powerful. Therefore, upon learning that Yang Kai and his companions were from Great Moon Province, Yuan Tongguang and the others stopped feeling pressured. Moreover, they believed that Yang Kai and his companions were attracted to the materials in black territory. The Open Heaven Realm Masters who came here to extract materials wouldn't be too powerful, with the strongest generally being Fifth Order. The group then headed to the territory gate together. It wasn't hard to hide one's cultivation. As long as they were careful when activating their powers, Yuan Tongguang and the others wouldn't find out anything. The other men from White Fang Province were obviously interested in Chu Huashong and the two ladies as they kept trying to chat them up, but the two only responded in a dispassionate manner. An hour or two later, they arrived at the territory gate. Yuan Tongguang summoned a flight-type artifact and nodded at Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, we'll go first and wait for you at the other end." Following that, they subsequently entered the artifact, which turned into a ray of light and dashed into the territory gate. It was then Yang Kai recalled that he was pretending to be a less powerful cultivator. Supposedly, he was unable to pass through the territory gate with his body alone. In fact, one would feel immensely pressured when going through a territory gate. Only high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were able to safely pass through a territory gate without any protection. Mid-rank Masters could still cross the gates if they were willing to expend a large amount of strength, while low-rank Masters would need a protective artifact. Yang Kai was an expert in the Tao of space, and his physique was robust, hence, he would usually just move through the territory gates without any protection, and he hadn't come across any danger so far. That was the reason he didn't have an artifact that was specifically used for passing through the territory gates. Fortunately, Chu Huashong was well prepared. Knowing what was on Yang Kai's mind, she summoned an ordinary-looking flight-type artifact. After the four of them entered it, the artifact charged towards the territory gate. The next moment, they arrived at black territory. Chu Huashong stored the artifact, and then their figures were revealed. The ladies looked around curiously as it was the first time they had visited black territory. This place was different from all other great territories. There wasn't even a single shining star in the void, as though it was engulfed in endless darkness. A desolate aura permeated every corner of this great territory. Even the great sun star in the depths of the void only exuded a faint light, as though it was an old man whose days were numbered. Luo Tinghe frowned as the aura in black territory made her feel a sense of discomfort. Yang Kai could immediately see Yuan Tongguang and the others, who arrived at this place first. Presently, they were looking around casually. Upon seeing Yang Kai and his companions, Yuan Tongguang hospitably waved his hand. "Brother Yang, we're here." Yang Kai nodded and led the ladies to shuffle towards them. After they gathered together, Yuan Tongguang said, "Brother Yang, I'll bring you all to go through the registration process first. We can only extract materials from or stars after getting identity tokens." "Good." Yang Kai nodded. Yuan Tongguang led the way for them, and the rest followed him closely. There was a shattered spirit province that wasn't far away from the territory gate, one that was just big enough for a palace to sit on. Many people could be seen entering and leaving this palace. Some of them were dejected while the others appeared joyful. These people were mostly Third Order and Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Additionally, there were a small number of Fifth Order ones. It was apparent that they had willingly come to Black Territory to mine ores, and there were indeed a lot of people. Just like Yuan Tongguang had said, many people had already arrived at this place barely 3 months after the news was spread that anyone could freely come to Black Territory and extract materials. It wasn't hard to predict that more people would come in the near future. Furthermore, Yang Kai was concerned about the fact that the incident took place 3 months ago. A few months ago, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of uneasiness. Then he discovered that the names of Luan Baifeng and Xin Peng had disappeared from the loyalty list. After some calculations, he realized that the turn of events in Black Territory started after their names vanished from the loyalty list. The people who entered and left the palace were mostly in groups. Only a small number of people walked around as individuals. It seemed that they understood they had to join forces to keep themselves safe. Yuan Tongguang had been to this place, so he was familiar with the procedure. He led all of them to enter the palace. Yang Kai looked around and saw that there were a lot of desks inside. Many people had lined up in front of the desks. Behind the desks were the busy Open Heaven Realm Masters who asked about their names, cultivations, and backgrounds. After the registration was done, they would give each participant an identity token. This way, after looking around for a moment, Yuan Tongguang led them to a particular desk and entered the back of the queue. Then, he explained to Yang Kai in a small voice, "I'm on good terms with that guy, so I can ask him to assign a better or star to us later." It was then Yang Kai realized why the other man chose to queue up in front of this desk in particular. The people behind the desks were supposed to be Luan Baifeng's subordinates. Yang Kai had been to Black Territory twice, so most of Luan Baifeng's subordinates had seen him. He was initially worried that his identity would be exposed, but he soon realized that he didn't know the person who Yuan Tongguang claimed to be on good terms with. It was apparent that he had never seen him before, so he set his mind at ease. Just a while later, it was Yuan Tongguang and the others' turn. They were indeed on good terms. The friendship strengthened after Yuan Tongguang secretly passed him a space ring. The person put on a bright smile. "You're quick to return, little brother Yuan. You left this place barely more than 10 days ago." Yuan Tongguang replied with a smile, "Warden Luan is kind enough to present this great opportunity to us. Warden Luan's efforts will go to waste if this Yuan doesn't seize the chance." The person nodded. "I'm glad that's what you think. Well, even though we're friends, we still have to follow the rules. Are they from your sect?" Without hesitation, Yuan Tongguang dipped his head. "Yes." "Take turns to tell me your name and cultivation," then, the person demanded. Yuan Tongguang motioned for them to step forward. It wouldn't take a lot of time to go through the registration process and receive identity tokens, and a moment later, everything was settled. With a solemn expression, the person said to Yuan Tongguang, "Little brother, you've been here once, so you know the rules in Black Territory. I'll not go through them again. I hope that you'll stick to the rules and not keep any treasures to yourself. You'll end up in a horrible state if we find out about it. I wouldn't dare to break the rules." Yuan Tongguang quickly nodded, then spoke in a hushed voice, "The All-Star this time." The person shot him a glance that suggested that a tacit agreement had been reached between them. "Don't worry, little brother. The All-Star I've assigned to you this time is very good. Just 10 days ago, Someone extracted a 7th-order wood element material from there and received 10 million open heaven pills. Yuan Tongguang caught his breath and gulped, 10 million. According to the market rate, a 7th-order wood element material was worth 150 million. Even a 6th-order one was worth 15 million. Certainly, 10 million open heaven pills were not enough to purchase a 7th-order wood element material. However, the figure was considered ample as a reward for just finding one. After all, the entire Black Territory was Luan Bai Feng's territory. If she hadn't opened up this place, no one could have come in and extracted the materials. Not only had she allowed outsiders to come in, but she would also reward those who handed in valuable materials. Certainly, the ones who sought wealth in this place were satisfied. The person patted Yuan Tongguang's shoulder. Work hard, little brother. If you become wealthy, you must not forget about me. To be honest with you, I'm envious of all of you. If not for the madam's orders, I would have been tempted to extract materials as well. Don't worry, big brother. If this Yuan has the luck to obtain a 7th-order material, I'll not forget the help you've offered me. The person put on a bright smile. I'll take your word for it, then. After they were done with the small talk, the person waved his hand, then a short open heaven realm master came over. The person ordered, bring them 2 or star 16. The short open heaven realm master nodded upon receiving the order, then said to Yuan Tongguang, come with me. After bidding the person behind the desk farewell, Yuan Tongguang led Yang Kai and the others to follow the short open heaven realm master. Upon leaving the Shattered Spirit Province, the short open heaven realm master summoned a ship and asked them to board. Standing on the deck, Yuan Tongguang appeared elated. Star 16 is one of the top-ranking stars, so there must be a lot of materials. Junior brothers, we have to work hard when we reach there, for we're responsible for making White Fang Province thrive. The junior brothers nodded as they appeared prepared to do their best to get their hands on those valuable materials. Yuan Tongguang then turned to Yang Kai. Brother Yang, I'm sorry for lying that you all are from my sect. I just wanted to save us the trouble. Yang Kai waved his hand. Don't worry about it, brother Yuan. We should be thanking you for saving us the hassle. Yuan Tongguang put on a smile. However, there's one thing I need to make clear to you. Please go ahead, brother Yuan. It's the rules I told you previously. You all have to remember the orders of the materials you can keep or have to hand in. When we leave Black Territory, we have to go through an inspection. Those who try to keep the materials to themselves will end up in a horrible state. In the past, there was a person who kept a 6th-order material, and what happened to him? Chu Hua Shong asked. Yuan Tongguang let out a sigh. I guess he's still not dead. Dao Ling Wan was perplexed, but she wouldn't dare to ask Yuan Tongguang about it. She said to Chu Hua Shong in a small voice, isn't it a good thing that he isn't dead? Chu Hua Shong replied with a smile, sometimes, it's better to be dead than alive. Senior sister, have you ever heard about fates worse than death before? It was then Dao Ling Wan understood what Yuan Tongguang really meant. In an instant, her face turned pale. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4861, Star 16. The short open heaven realm master that led the way didn't talk much as he focused on driving the ship. Faced with Yuan Tongguang's attempt to befriend him, he only responded in a perfunctory manner. Yang Kai looked around while standing on the deck. He had been to Black Territory twice. Even though he wouldn't say that he was familiar with this place, he wouldn't find it strange at the very least. Soon, he found that there were a lot of shattered spirit provinces in the void on his right side. Those countless shattered spirit provinces were barren and strewn about disorderly. Noticing his gaze, Yuan Tongguang came over and asked, Brother Yang, are you curious about what happened to those shattered spirit provinces? Yang Kai had an answer in his heart, but he could only play dumb and ask, you know what happened, Brother Yuan? There was a meaningful grin on Yuan Tongguang's face as he replied, I heard about it when I visited this place previously. It's said that the Voidland's Lord and Star Boundary's Great Emperor, Yang Kai, is immensely powerful. When he visited Black Territory in the past, he used a divine ability to move the ore stars from the inner region to the periphery so that it would be easier for Warden Wan's subordinates to extract resources from them. The shattered spirit provinces you see now are the debris that were left behind after the ore stars were fully extracted. Upon hearing that, Luo Tinghe gazed at Yang Kai in shock. Although she hadn't seen any ore stars so far, she reckoned that they were just universe worlds with abundant materials. It would require an incredible divine ability to move a whole universe world from one place to another. She was an 8th order open heaven realm master, so it was actually a simple matter for her to destroy a universe world. However, she didn't think she would be able to move a universe world intact. Yuan Tongguang's junior brothers were curious about it as well. One of them asked, "The ore stars were moved to this place? For real? Isn't senior Yang Kai a 6th order open heaven realm master? Could he really do that?" Yuan Tongguang shook his head. "I don't know whether it's true or not, but it's very likely to be what happened. Moreover, as you can see from the scale of the debris, senior Yang Kai didn't just move one ore star. It's said that it took him some time to move hundreds of ore stars from the inner region to this place." Hundreds of ore stars. All of them were dumbfounded as they found it inconceivable. Judging from the scale of the debris, they could see how large the ore stars originally were. Could anyone really pull off such a feat? "Is Yang Kai even human?" Another junior brother said, "I suppose that happened a long time ago. There are no more materials left on these ore stars. It must have taken a lot of time to fully extract all the materials there." Yuan Tongguang nodded. "Yes, it said that the incident took place 300 years ago." As he spoke, he took a glance at the short open heaven realm master, as though he was trying to get confirmation from him. Unfortunately, the short open heaven realm master didn't intend to respond to them. It wasn't certain whether he had no regard for Yuan Tongguang and the others at all, or was just untalkative in general. Yang Kai became increasingly doubtful as they moved forward. Luan Baifeng already had quite a number of subordinates to begin with, and she had previously captured almost 100 people from Heavenly Sword Union. 300 years had passed, so they should have fully mined out the 30 or so ore stars that Yang Kai had moved to this place, which was why the void was full of debris now. However, what made him feel doubtful was that he couldn't feel the strange strength that Black Territory was supposedly filled with. He had personally experienced it on his previous visits. The further he went into Black Territory, the more conspicuous the strange strength would be. Engulfed in the strange strength, he could feel the heritage of his small universe leaving his body. Therefore, even though Luan Baifeng had occupied Black Territory, which was abundant with materials, for many years, she didn't have a way to mine most of them. Nevertheless, Yang Kai couldn't detect the presence of the strange strength this time. This made him feel perplexed, and the many surprising changes in Black Territory overwhelmed him with a sense of unease. Half a day later, they reached a place that was definitely beyond the periphery of Black Territory. In the past, no one could easily reach this place. Before anyone could arrive, the heritage of their small universe would be completely wiped out under the influence of the strange strength. However, even 3rd Order and 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like Yuan Tongguang and his group, who were from White Fang Province, could easily reach this place now. The ship then landed on a large ore star. After sending them to this place, the short Open Heaven Realm Master said, "This is ore star 16. All of you should do your best to extract the materials here. If there's anything valuable, you can return on your own to turn it in." "Many thanks, sir." As Yuan Tongguang spoke, he stepped forward and stuffed a space ring into the other man's hands. The short open heaven realm master took it and nodded before he turned the ship around and returned. They finally arrived at their destination after quite some time, so Yuan Tongguang and the other open heaven realm masters from White Fang Province appeared excited as they looked around. One of them asked, "What should we do now, senior brother?" Only Yuan Tongguang had some experience here, and he was the most powerful among them, so it was expected that he was the leader in this group. Yuan Tongguang replied with a smile, "There's nothing to take note of. You just have to mine as you please. The materials here are hidden in black stones. Before we shatter the black stones, we don't know whether there are any materials in them or the orders of the materials, hence, our mission is to find those black stones. Even if we destroy the entire ore star, those from the black prison won't care about it." Upon hearing his explanation, all of them nodded. Yuan Tongguang went on to say, Black stones are very special and require world force to dissolve. We can divide up the work. One group can mine black stones while the other breaks them down, taking turns to relieve ourselves. As he spoke, he turned to look at Yang Kai. What do you think, Brother Yang? There was a solemn expression on Yang Kai's face as he looked into the depths of the void, as though he was able to see a very faraway place. Upon being called out though, he replied, "You make the arrangements, Brother Yuan." Since an agreement had been reached, Yuan Tong Guang bowed his head. Just when he was about to speak, a tremendous figure suddenly descended from the sky and landed on a spot that wasn't far away from them. The hefty figure crashed into the solid ground and caused a cloud of dust to rise. Yuan Tong Guang and the others were flabbergasted as they looked intently in that direction and shouted, "Who goes there?" When the dust settled, a gigantic figure was revealed before their eyes. The figure had a big belly, and its skin was full of warts. There was a green aura, which was apparently poisonous, that swirled around its body. This was an enormous blue-eyed toad that was as tall as a 3-story building. Moreover, its aura suggested that its strength was at the peak of the 5th order, possibly even reaching the 6th order open heaven realm. Instantly, Yuan Tong Guang and the others turned pale. They had never expected to come across a poisonous star beast on an ore star in the Black Territory's inner region. As the blue-eyed toad's chin contracted, a gurgling sound was heard coming from its throat. Just then, a displeased voice was heard saying, "Those brats from Black Territory have received this Uncle Yu's benefits, but they've still sent some people to come over and snatch materials from me. They're such a bunch of ungrateful people. Anyway, since you've come to this place, all of you will work for me now. You have to give me 30% of the materials you've extracted, otherwise, I won't let you off." Dao Ling Wn widened her eyes in disbelief as she said to Chu Huashong, "Junior sister Chu, this. It can speak." Chu Huashong replied with a smile, "It is not the one that can speak." A surprised voice was heard saying, "There are 3 ladies here. They're quite beautiful. This Uncle Yu is in luck." Following that, a head stuck out from the top of the blue-eyed toad as he swept a glance over Chu Huashong and the others in a lascivious manner. It was then Dao Ling Wn saw clearly that there was a person riding on the blue-eyed toad. The person was too petite compared to the gigantic blue-eyed toad, so she didn't discover him just now. "Luo Ting," he sneered, "who is this oaf that dares to call himself uncle?" Yuan Tong Guang turned pale as he sent a signal to Luo Ting to motion for her to stop spouting nonsense, for he finally recalled who the blue-eyed toad and its owner were. He had heard that there was an old man surnamed Yu who had occupied an ore star in this place. Those who were sent there had to pay him 30% of the extracted materials, and those who resisted would end up in a horrible state. It didn't really bother him when he heard about it at first. It wasn't until he came across the duo that he felt horrified. This couldn't be helped, as this old man surnamed Yu was at the peak of the 5th order open heaven realm, and the blue-eyed toad was even more powerful than he was. With the 2 of them joining forces, they could go against a 6th order open heaven realm master. This kind of cultivation was unrivaled among the cultivators who had come here to mine ores, so there was basically no one who could fight against them. Moreover, those from Black Territory wouldn't care about such a minor matter. They just wanted the people who had arrived at Black Territory to follow their rules, and these people's safety didn't concern them. Yuan Tong Guang secretly cursed at his so-called friend who had assigned ore star 16 to him back in the reception palace. The person had received some benefits from him, but he still sent him to this place, which was no different from sending him to a trap. Fully aware that they were unable to escape unscathed, Yuan Tong Guang hurriedly cupped his fist. "White Fang Province's Yuan Tong Guang greets old Yu. Don't worry. We will follow your rules when extracting the materials here, and we wouldn't dare to keep anything to ourselves." With his hands placed on his hips, old Yu was standing on the blue-eyed toad's head as he grinned, "You're pretty tactful, brat. However, this woman doesn't seem to understand the rules here. In that case, I'll teach her a lesson so that she'll learn not to speak nonsense and invite trouble." Upon finishing his words, he stomped his foot on the toad. There seemed to be a ray of light that flashed across everyone's eyes. Before Yuan Tong Guang and the others could figure out what was going on, they heard a loud slap. The next moment, a gale gusted through them as the sands and stones were blown into the air. Yuan Tongguang and the others were dumbstruck and hurriedly surged their strength to protect themselves. Just then though, the man surnamed Yu was heard exclaiming in disbelief. When the dust settled, Yuan Tongguang and the others opened their eyes and were shocked by the sight before them. The blue-eyed toad had already extended its tongue in an attempt to attack Luo Tinghe, but at this moment, the woman was gripping the tongue with just 2 fingers. Regardless of how hard the blue-eyed toad struggled, it was unable to retract its tongue. Yuan Tongguang was astounded. It had to be noted that this blue-eyed toad was a star beast that was on par with a peak 5th order or even a 6th order open heaven realm master. Even its casual attack had to be taken seriously. However, Luo Tinghe was able to easily catch its mighty tongue with just 2 fingers. What kind of cultivation did she possess? How powerful must she be? Martial Peak, Chapter 4862, Meeting Black Ink Disciples Again. Moreover, it was obvious that the blue-eyed toad was venomous, so its tongue must be coated in venom as well. The average open heaven realm master wouldn't be able to fend it off, so how did this woman even grip its tongue with her fingers? Yuan Tongguang didn't quite understand Luo Tinghe now, as he had a feeling that something was off. He thus quickly turned to look at Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai didn't even bother to look in their direction, as though he wasn't aware of the conflict going on. After a moment, he simply said, "I'll leave it to you. I'm going out to have a look." Upon finishing his words, he shot into the sky and headed towards the depths of black territory. His leaving just like that. Before Yuan Tongguang even came to his senses, he saw Luo Tinghe exerting more force with her hand, after which the gigantic blue-eyed toad was thrown into the air and then crashed into the ground. The old man surnamed Yu, who was on the toad's back, was covered in dust as well. Before he could get to his feet, Luo Tinghe directly stepped on his chest and said smilingly, "You were going to teach me a lesson?" The old man surnamed Yu immediately begged for mercy. "Please forgive me, great aunt. I'm sorry for my impudence, and I should be taught a lesson instead. From now on, 30% of all the materials extracted here will go to you. I'm willing to work for you." Yuan Tongguang and the others were dumbfounded. Yang Kai shot towards the depths of black territory. As space principles undulated, he was able to move at an astounding speed. This area was supposed to be filled with the strange strength, and the average open heaven realm master wouldn't be able to come anywhere near here. However, at this moment, his progress was unimpeded, which concerned Yang Kai. He had never figured out what the strange strength truly was. In the past, he planned on thoroughly investigating black territory when he was free one day. Perhaps he could get to the bottom of the strange strength when the time came. He knew that black territory was an expansive place with ample materials, but the reason it was easily occupied by Luan Baifeng, a mere 6th order open heaven realm master, was that this place was filled with that strange strength. Without the strange strength, the ore stars in black territory would have been targeted by others long ago. Even the cave heavens and paradises would covet such treasures. However, it was because of the strange strength's presence that it was extremely difficult to extract materials in black territory. Most of the time, human lives had to be traded for materials, therefore, the cave heavens and paradises had never had their eyes on this place before. The strange strength could be said to be the natural barrier of black territory. Nevertheless, the barrier was now gone. On the other hand, Luan Baifeng made a counterintuitive decision by spreading the news to attract a lot of open heaven realm masters to come over and extract materials. There was something off about what was going on. Yang Kai passed by a lot of ore stars along the way, and it was obvious that many open heaven realm masters were busy extracting materials on those ore stars. They used their own secret techniques and were making a lot of noises. Some of the smaller ore stars were completely shattered as all of the black stones had been found. As he continued moving forward, there came a moment when Yang Kai suddenly felt the strange strength engulfing him. He couldn't help but arch his brow, as he finally realized that the strange strength that had originally filled black territory was not completely gone. It was just that the area it covered had significantly shrunk, therefore, the safe area in the periphery had expanded, which allowed others to mine ore stars that were previously too dangerous to visit. However, the strange strength was still existent in black territory's inner region, and it was extremely dense. On his previous visits to Black Territory, Yang Kai used his towering evergreen divine manifestation to protect himself and ward off the strange strength's corrosion. However, even with his wood element power that was condensed from the immortal tree's essence, he was still unable to go very deep into Black Territory. Once his towering evergreen divine manifestation was no longer able to bear it, he couldn't proceed any further. Nonetheless, it was different now. Yang Kai had obtained the world's spring in the shattered heaven, and with one of the 4 universe pillars in possession, it could ensure that his small universe would always remain intact and impenetrable. Therefore, even though he could feel the strange strength's presence, it didn't have any influence on him. His expression changed upon that realization. Perhaps he could finally find the source of the strange strength. This strength had engulfed a large portion of Black Territory, so there must be a source. In the past, Yang Kai had wanted to find the source, but he was incapable of doing so. Now that he had the world spring, he was no longer afraid of the strange strength's corrosion. He was also not worried about the heritage of his small universe leaving his body anymore. Perhaps he could really find the source of the strange strength this time and properly investigate the matter. In this region, there was no one extracting materials on the ore stars, for humans were unable to stay here. Yang Kai kept moving further and soon reached an area he hadn't managed to visit on his previous trips. The strange strength kept intensifying. Yang Kai reckoned that even an 8th order open heaven realm masters like Luo Ting he wouldn't be able to remain here for long. In this place, Yang Kai could faintly feel the presence of another kind of strength. However, with the interference from the strange strength, his perception was blurred, so he was unable to identify what that strength was. He continued moving forward, but barely 2 hours later, he found it hard to go any further. What stopped him from going further wasn't the strange strength. With the world spring's protection, the strange strength in Black Territory wouldn't pose a threat to him. What hindered him were the natural spirit arrays that were seemingly everywhere in Black Territory. Black Territory was dangerous for 2 reasons. First was the presence of the strange strength, and second was the countless natural spirit arrays. The reason Luan Baifeng had such high attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays was that she had been living in Black Territory for a long time. She didn't have an honored master, so she taught herself the Tao of spirit arrays and eventually became an expert in this field. All the natural spirit arrays in Black Territory were her teachers. Yang Kai was a complete amateur in the Tao of spirit arrays, and the reason he could even reach this far was that he was able to see through all illusions with the help of his demon eye of annihilation. He had obtained the demon eye of annihilation from Great Demon God, but it was actually a secret technique from Myriad Demons Cave Heaven. The demon eye of annihilation and Black Purgatory eye were very abstruse eye techniques. Yang Kai didn't have a way to cultivate them as he had only obtained these eye secret techniques by chance. Although they were already fairly powerful, he couldn't improve them further. Unless he was able to acquire the proper method to cultivate those techniques from Myriad Demons Heaven one day, he would never be able to strengthen them. At this moment, Yang Kai could see that it was a land of certain death in front of him through the demon eye of annihilation. If he really barged into it, he would definitely die. After retracting the demon eye of annihilation, everything he saw became normal. However, Yang Kai knew that underneath the serene facade of the void hid an intense murderous intent. He could only make a detour, but he soon encountered a similar situation. The same thing repeated a moment later. A large area in front of him seemed to be covered in spirit arrays, which barred anyone from intruding. The area that was surrounded by the spirit arrays was likely the center of Black Territory. Yang Kai had a feeling that the source of the strange strength was just inside this place. If he could go in and have a look, he would be able to figure out many things. However, faced with the hindrance from the many arrays, he could only give up on the idea. Just when he was ready to return, he suddenly felt some people approaching. This discovery astounded him. The reasons he could reach this place were that he had the world spring to protect his small universe and the demon eye of annihilation to guide him past the various spirit arrays. How were others able to come to this place? Moreover, he could feel that there was more than one person. Yang Kai quickly manipulated space principles and let his figure merge with the void. A moment later, rays of light came into his sight. Soon, these lights reached a place near Yang Kai and revealed themselves. Yang Kai observed them in silence and realized that he didn't know them. Furthermore, these people were not powerful, as most of them were in the second order and third order open heaven realm. The most powerful one was only in the fourth order open heaven realm. Their clothes suggested that they were not from the same sect. There were 7 of them in total. The mass of natural spirit arrays in front of them was like an invisible barrier that blocked their path. They stood silently in front of the arrays, silently staring forward, making for an eerie atmosphere. Yang Kai was astounded, as the strange strength was extremely dense in this area. Even an 8th order open heaven realm master like Luo Ting he wouldn't be able to persevere for a long time, so how were these 2nd order, 3rd order, and 4th order open heaven realm masters still fine? Supposedly, they couldn't have come anywhere near this place. Before they even arrived, the heritage of their small universes would have been completely drained. Yang Kai thought that perhaps he had perceived it wrongly since he had the World Spring's protection, but just when he was beginning to doubt himself, he saw something even more shocking. These people, who had been silent, suddenly shuddered as they were soon engulfed in a dark aura. At the sight of this dark aura, Yang Kai felt a sense of disgust and loathing overwhelming him. Black ink strength. He almost failed to stifle a cry of surprise at this revelation. Although he hadn't frequently come into contact with the Black Ink disciples, he would never forget about the encounters he did have with them. He was fully aware of the Black Ink strength's eeriness. On his trip to Lang Wei Paradise previously, he found some of the hidden Black Ink disciples and even detected the presence of a true Black Ink clan member. After he left Lang Wei Paradise, the cave heavens and paradises examined themselves and looked for more Black Ink disciples, then began searching for the Black Ink clansmen. Nevertheless, more than 100 years had passed, but they hadn't found any traces. All of them suspected that the Black Ink disciples and clansmen had hidden in the shattered heaven, but they hadn't found anything despite an extensive search. The fact that there was no progress in this matter worried the leaders of the cave heavens and paradises. After all, the Black Ink strength was too strange. If they couldn't find the Black Ink clansmen and kill them, a large number of Black Ink disciples would start appearing in the 3000 worlds eventually, and the situation would steadily grow out of control. Yang Kai had never expected to come across Black Ink disciples in Black territory, and so many of them at that. Unlike the Black Ink disciples in Lang Wei Paradise, who were all open heaven realm masters with bright futures, these 2nd order, 3rd order and 4th order open heaven realm masters should be valueless. Hence, it was obvious that they were not transformed into Black Ink disciples through the invasion of Black Ink insects. To the Black Ink clan, Black Ink insects were precious items that had to be used sparingly. It would be a waste if the Black Ink insects were used on these open heaven realm masters. The likely explanation was that they had been corrupted by the Black Ink strength directly. Compared to using a Black Ink insect, it was harder to transform someone into a Black Ink disciple through the Black Ink strength, but that didn't mean it was impossible. Less powerful cultivators were unable to resist the Black Ink strength, and could thus be corrupted given enough time and effort. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4863, How dare you? Even if the more powerful open heaven realm masters were accidentally corroded by the Black Ink strength, they had a chance to resolve the crisis. 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters, they could cut off the territory in their small universe that had been invaded, and they would be free. Nevertheless, the heritage of their small universe would suffer a big loss if they did so. Therefore, after Shi Zheng from Lang Wei Paradise killed himself previously, the Black Ink strength he had left behind in high heaven territory gave the high-rank open heaven realm masters a headache. In the end, it was Yang Kai who solved the problem by storing the Black Ink strength inside his small universe. With the help of the Black Ink strength in his small universe, Yang Kai was able to fool Yuan Du in Lang Wei Paradise. Unfortunately, the Black Ink strength he had suppressed and sealed was then destroyed by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan in the chaotic dead territory. The cave heavens and paradises had been searching for the Black Ink clansmen and disciples in the shattered heaven for more than 100 years, but to no avail. Presently, Yang Kai came across 7 Black Ink disciples in Black territory, which was why he was astonished. As these open heaven realm masters were engulfed in the dark aura, the whites of their eyes became black, which made them look even eerier. The next instant, they dashed forward without hesitation. After they moved forward a couple hundred meters, the natural spirit arrays hidden in the void activated. Yang Kai, who had hidden in the void, was instantly overwhelmed with a sense of crisis as all his skin tightened. These 7 people didn't resist at all and were soon turned into dust by the arrays. Their small universes collapsed, and their world forces dissipated. They were killed in the blink of an eye. The sight stunned Yang Kai. He initially thought there was a plot going on as these black ink disciples suddenly appeared in this place. Since they stopped in their tracks in front of the natural spirit arrays just now, it was apparent that they were aware of the danger ahead of them. Despite knowing that they would be killed though, they still resolutely charged forward. Yang Kai couldn't figure out what was going on. Why did these black ink disciples proactively try to get themselves killed? A sense of unease engulfed him. The fact that there were black ink disciples in black territory was a major issue for the 3,000 worlds, so he had to quickly inform the cave heavens and paradises about it. Nevertheless, Yang Kai wasn't in a rush to return. The sight he saw made him feel that he had caught a glimpse of something very serious. The actions of those black ink disciples who got themselves killed wasn't the end. Yang Kai thus remained hidden in the void and waited patiently. A few days later, another group of people arrived from the periphery. There were only 3 people this time. These people were even weaker as 2 of them were in the 3rd order and the remaining one was in the 2nd order open heaven realm. However, the same thing happened again, just like Yang Kai had seen a few days ago. These black ink disciples resolutely charged into the natural spirit arrays and killed themselves. Yang Kai had never seen these black ink disciples before, so he reckoned that they were not Luan Baifeng's subordinates. Instead, they should be outsiders who were attracted to the materials in black territory. He decided to stop his observation here as he had figured out many things after witnessing 2 batches of black ink disciples killing themselves. Now he needed to verify his theories. Yang Kai supposed it was time he looked for Luan Baifeng. Perhaps he could get the answers he needed from her. Following that, he turned around and flew back. He didn't come across any black ink disciples along the way as the cultivators were still busy extracting materials on the ore stars. Before he even went near ore star 16 though, he saw Xin Peng rapidly approaching him. "Sect Master, why did you come all the way here? I'd been looking for you." There was a sense of anxiety on Xin Peng's face. He was previously told that he would enter black territory with Yang Kai after he came back from the Star City. However, when he returned, he realized that Yang Kai was nowhere to be found. Left with no choice, he quickly entered black territory and informed Luan Baifeng about Yang Kai's arrival. After giving it a thought, Luan Baifeng told her subordinates to go through the list of the people who had arrived in black territory to mine materials in the past few days. The records suggested that Yang Kai had headed to ore star 16. However, when she arrived at ore star 16 with her subordinates, she only saw Luo Tinghe and the others. Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Left with no choice, she told her subordinates to look for him. Xin Peng was lucky enough to come across Yang Kai, who was on his way back. "There are a lot of changes in black territory, so I decided to take a stroll by myself," Yang Kai nonchalantly replied. "Where's Luan Baifeng?" Xin Peng quickly said, "Elder Luan is waiting for you on ore star 16. It's hard to look for you since she doesn't know where you were, so she's decided to wait for your return." Yang Kai grunted in response, "Let's meet up with her now." Xin Peng hurriedly led the way for him. A moment later, they arrived at ore star 16 where a beautiful and luxurious ship had landed. The old man surnamed Yuan Tongguang, and the others were obediently standing there in silence. On the deck, there was a table that was covered in spirit fruits and bottles of wine. Luan Baifeng, Luo Tinghe, and the other ladies were seated by the table as they seemed to be enjoying a joyful talk. Upon detecting the man's presence, Luo Tinghe looked up at the sky, Yang Kai's back. The next instant, 2 rays of light landed on the deck. Luan Baifeng quickly rose from the chair and saluted him. "Greetings, Sect Master." Upon hearing that, Yuan Tongguang, who was kneeling on the ground, widened his mouth in disbelief. When he saw that Luo Tinghe easily defeated the old man surnamed Yu, he instantly knew that she was a senior expert. Then, Luan Baifeng's arrival confirmed his speculation that Yang Kai's group was from a powerful background. Despite his speculation, he wasn't certain about Yang Kai's identity. It wasn't until this moment that he realized the young man he chanced upon on the way to Black Territory was the famous Voidland's lord. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with conflicting feelings. Yang Kai looked dispassionately at Luan Baifeng without saying a word. The silent pressure caused Xin Peng to tremble as he couldn't help but gulp. To the side, Luo Tinghe fiddled with her glass and then took a sip of the wine. Despite the faint smile on her face, her 8th order open heaven realm pressure slowly began leaking out. A horrified Xin Peng directly fell to his knees on the deck. "How dare you, Luan Baifeng?" Yang Kai finally let out a snort. Without lifting her head, Luan Baifeng replied in a humble manner, "Forgive me, but I don't know what mistake I've made. Please enlighten me, sect master. Do you even need me to tell you what you've done?" Yang Kai's piercing gaze seemed able to cut across her face. Luan Baifeng fell on one knee. "If I've really made a mistake, I'm willing to receive the punishment without any complaints. However, please point out what I've done, sect master." Yang Kai scoffed. "Who allowed you to let outsiders come in and extract materials here?" "It was my decision," Luan Baifeng replied in a grim voice. "I want the reason," Luan Baifeng said. "A few months ago, I detected some changes in Black Territory. You've been to the depths of Black Territory, so you must be aware that the area that is covered in the strange strength has significantly shrunk. The originally dangerous places have become safe, and we can now visit ore stars that couldn't be reached in the past. This is good news for Black Territory as well as Voidland and High Heaven Palace. The materials in the ore stars are abundant, but I didn't have enough subordinates to extract them efficiently, so I decided to spread the news to attract more people to come over and help with the mining. Certainly, we have to give them some rewards for their work, so I set up some rules. Those who follow the rules will get some benefits from Black Territory." Yang Kai said coldly, "There are more than 10,000 open heaven realm masters in Voidland and High Heaven Palace now. If you wanted to mine the ore stars, you could have just informed head manager or second manager about it, and they would have made the arrangements. Why even rely on outsiders' help and waste precious resources?" Upon realizing the reason behind his fury, Luan Baifeng replied, "Sect master, if that's what you're angry about, please allow me to explain myself." "Go on." "There are indeed a lot of open heaven realm masters in Voidland and High Heaven Palace now, but most of them are needed to explore the new Great Territory while the rest are required to maintain the order in the 2-star cities. Moreover, the cultivators who have just ascended to the open heaven realm need time to solidify their cultivations, so it's not appropriate for them to take on any tasks for the time being. Therefore, Voidland and High Heaven Palace probably can't send a lot of people to this place. Furthermore, there's something off about the changes in Black Territory. Before I find out the truth, I wouldn't dare to let my fellow disciples take such a risk. I'm saying if I'd really gotten them to come over, I was worried that the strange strength in Black Territory would suddenly experience a resurgence. If that happened, a lot of people from Voidland and High Heaven Palace would die, and I wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility for such a tragedy." Upon hearing that, Yuan Tongguang and the others were soaked in cold sweat. It wasn't until this moment that they discovered they had actually been exposed to much more risk while extracting materials in Black Territory than they originally thought. On the deck, Yang Kai stared at Luan Baifeng with narrowed eyes. "Are you saying that it was all with good intentions?" Luan Baifeng replied solemnly, "Sect master, since I became your subordinate, I've always taken you and the sect into consideration whenever I act. I would never dare to betray you." Yang Kai fell silent while Luan Baifeng remained kneeling on one knee. The atmosphere was somewhat grave at that moment. The apprehensive Dao Ling Wn darted her gaze around as it was the first time she saw Yang Kai looking so grim. She was extremely worried that he would start a fight at any moment. Upon noticing her timid sister's uneasiness, Chu Huashong patted her hand to placate her. After a long silence, Yang Kai lifted his hand and engulfed Luan Baifeng in his power. "Get up." With the help of the power, Luan Baifeng got to her feet. "Yes." Yang Kai frowned. "Whatever happens next time, you have to inform head manager and second manager first before taking action. If you explain your suggestion to them, I believe they'll support your idea. However, You have to make it clear to the outsiders the risks associated with extracting materials in black territory. It is not appropriate to simply attract them with benefits without telling them the potential danger. Luan Baifeng obediently hung her head low. I'm sorry for not taking that into consideration. I'll make the arrangement after this. By then, they can decide for themselves whether they want to leave or stay. Yang Kai nodded. That's for the best. Since time immemorial, people have always been willing to take great risks to seek wealth. As long as you make it clear to them the risks hidden in black territory, whatever happens after will be their responsibility. Luan Baifeng nodded again. To the side, Luo Tinghe said with a smile, I told you that Yang Kai would only be scaring you instead of really punishing you, but you didn't believe me. Luan Baifeng put on a faint smile. Many thanks, senior. Have a seat and tell me when the changes in black territory started taking place. After Luan Baifeng was seated, she began. I'm not sure exactly when the changes in black territory started, but it didn't happen all at once. After some investigation though, I speculate that the changes started taking place after you left black territory previously, but we were not aware of it until recently. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4864, Interesting Thing. On his previous visit to black territory, Yang Kai personally refined an incredible artifact called the Void Yin-Yang Mirrors. With this hallowed treasure, he was able to move some 30+ Ore stars from the inner region to the periphery so that Luan Baifeng's subordinates could easily extract the materials inside them. 300 years had passed since that time. The changes in black territory started taking place after he left. Just like Luan Baifeng had said, they were not aware of the changes going on in black territory because the cultivators here had been focused on mining the ore stars that had been moved to the periphery. It took them about 100 to fully mine out those 30 or so ore stars. Luan Baifeng then headed to the star boundary to look for Yang Kai as she wanted him to visit black territory again and use the Void Yin-Yang Mirrors to move more ore stars out. Unfortunately, Yang Kai was being pursued by bright sun divine monarchs in the shattered heaven at that time. Then, he arrived at the ancestral land, and there had not been any news about him since then. Since Yang Kai was nowhere to be found, Luan Baifeng's subordinates had nothing else to do. She was not a kind-hearted person, so she ordered her subordinates to go further into black territory to begin mining ore stars. She would never allow them to stay idle. Although the ore slaves and captives were displeased, they could only obey her order. It wasn't until they began venturing into the inner region that the changes in black territory became known to Luan Baifeng. The originally dangerous places had become safe, and the area initially engulfed in the strange strength was now unimpeded. When they were staying there, the heritage of their small universes wouldn't leave their bodies. This discovery astounded Luan Baifeng while the ore slaves and captives were ecstatic. After all, no one was willing to work in a dangerous place. It was good news to them that black territory had become safe. Initially, the safe area in black territory wasn't so big, but it became increasingly wider as time passed. More ore stars were free from the strange strength's influence, and I didn't have enough people to extract the materials, so I came up with a solution. You spread the news and attracted outsiders to come over by promising to give them some benefits. Luan Baifeng nodded. Yes. Even though we'll suffer some losses, it wouldn't matter to pay a small price as long as we could have control over the valuable materials. That's what I thought at least. If you think this is a bad idea, I'll chase all of them out now. Yang Kai shook his head. Since the news has been spread, others will have a bad impression of us if we go back on our word now. Moreover, you have a point. As long as we can keep the valuable materials, it's fine to pay a small price. The rules you've set are sufficient. Luan Baifeng hung her head low. Many thanks, Sect Master. You may continue handling the affairs in black territory, however, if you come across something like this again, you must not make any rash decisions. If you can't find me, you can consult head manager and second manager. Yes, Luan Baifeng replied respectfully. Then, she parted her lips as though she was trying to say something. Yang Kai shot her a glance. Speak. Luan Baifeng said, Sect Master, an interesting thing was found on one of the ore stars some time ago. What is it? Yang Kai asked with an arched brow. Luan Baifeng looked around and replied hesitantly, This thing is a little strange, so it cannot be shown to everyone. I'm not sure how to describe it, but you'll know what it is at first glance. Please come with me. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai said, very well. This way please. Luan Baifeng extended her hand. Yang Kai rose from the chair and followed her into the cabin. Soon, they entered a room, after which Luan Baifeng performed different hand seals and activated the barrier in the room to bar anyone from entering. Her actions made Yang Kai feel curious as he wondered what it was that they had found. Luan Baifeng was so careful that she even asked him to enter a private room just to have a look. Just as his curiosity was piqued, Luan Baifeng suddenly fished out a wooden box from her space ring and held it out to him with both hands. Sect Master, it's this thing. Yang Kai stared fixedly at the wooden box and narrowed his eyes. That was because he found the wooden box familiar. A couple 100 years ago, someone had fished out a very similar wooden box and presented it to him as a hallowed treasure. In the end, it turned out to be a plot. All these years later, the same thing happened again right before his eyes. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling forlorn. Even though there were a lot of open heaven realm masters in Voidland and High Heaven Palace, there were only a small number of Sixth Order masters. Despite the fact that he had subdued Luan Baifeng using the loyalty list, she was of great help to him, not to mention that she was extremely talented in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. In fact, Yang Kai regarded her highly and had decided to help her ascend to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm when the time came. Now, it seemed that there would be no need for that. He suddenly realized why the names of Luan Baifeng and Xin Peng had disappeared from the loyalty list. Initially, he thought that they had passed away, but it turned out that they were still alive and kicking. Nevertheless, they were no longer the Luan Baifeng and Xin Peng that he knew. They had turned into entirely different people, so they were no longer loyal to Yang Kai. Instead, they were loyal to someone else. That was the reason their names had disappeared from the loyalty list. After taking the wooden box, Yang Kai didn't immediately open it. Instead, he said, Elder Luan, we haven't met in years, and it seems that you're being overly polite to me now. With her head hung low, Luan Baifeng replied, you've become more powerful now, and I wouldn't dare to be impudent in front of you. Yang Kai nodded. Do you know what's inside this wooden box? Luan Baifeng replied, it's a very interesting thing, but I don't know how to deal with it. You'll have to make a decision, Sect Master. Good, Yang Kai said, then opened the wooden box as a nervous Luan Baifeng watched him. The next instant, a black light dashed out of the wooden box and came right at Yang Kai's face at the speed of lightning. At the same time, Luan Baifeng took a few steps back to widen her gap with Yang Kai, then performed different hand seals as a grand array completely sealed off this room. She was an expert in the Tao of Spirit Arrays, and she had personally set up the Spirit Arrays in this room and on this ship. In this area, she could temporarily exert the power of a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It seemed that Yang Kai was about to dodge the black light, but under the influence of the Spirit Array, he froze for a moment. This moment of delay allowed the black light to penetrate his body. While he started shuddering, an elated Luan Baifeng gazed at him with a faint smile on her face. A stream of black chi billowed from Yang Kai's body and engulfed him. He gritted his teeth and roared as his eyes slowly darkened. Just then, Luan Baifeng parted her lips and started murmuring to him in a charming manner, "Obey the Black Ink Clan, Sect Master. When our master ascends to his throne, we shall rule over the world together." Yang Kai soon stopped resisting as the black chi around him thickened. A moment later, the black chi contracted and revealed Yang Kai's face. However, his eyes had turned completely black. An ecstatic Luan Baifeng pressed one hand against her chest and nodded at Yang Kai, "Black Ink Eternal." With a solemn expression, Yang Kai saluted her, "Black Ink Eternal." Since they were companions now, Luan Baifeng stopped acting polite. She took a seat on the chair and picked up a cup of tea as she wanted to give Yang Kai some time to get used to his new reality. Standing on the same spot, Yang Kai examined his small universe. There was some black ink strength that had been suppressed in a particular spot in his small universe. The black ink strength was even richer than what he had collected from Shizheng previously, but this wasn't surprising as it was formed from a dead black ink insect, so it was extremely pure. Although it was now suppressed in Yang Kai's small universe, It was still squirming as though it was trying to kick up a storm. The black light from the wooden box was a black ink insect. Yang Kai still had a black ink insect with him now, so he could instantly figure out what was inside the box when he saw it. After that, he only put on a pretense in front of Luan Baifeng. It wasn't easy to fool her, for the black ink strength inside his small universe was already destroyed by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan in the chaotic dead territory. He was no longer able to pretend to be a black ink disciple using black ink strength. Fortunately, the black ink insect that had penetrated his body gave him a chance. Although a black ink insect was threatening, it was frail. Any open heaven realm cultivator could easily kill it if they were prepared. Just now, Yang Kai directly killed the black ink insect, and after it exploded, a pure black ink strength streamed out of it. He had previously used a similar method to fool the many black ink disciples in Lang Ya Paradise, so it wasn't hard to do the same with Luan Baifeng. The cave heavens and paradises had done their best to stop any news about the Black Ink clan from spreading. Be it the suicide of Shi Zheng or the many Black Ink disciples in Lang Ya Paradise, only the inner elders and ancestors of the cave heavens and paradises were aware of the incident. None of the disciples knew anything about it, let alone Luan Baifeng, who was far away in Black territory. If she knew what Yang Kai had experienced, she wouldn't have used a black ink insect to deal with him and even thought that he was her companion and wouldn't have his guard up against her. She could never have expected that Yang Kai had a world spring in his small universe either. They hadn't met for hundreds of years, so when Yang Kai obtained the world spring, Luan Baifeng was still monitoring her subordinates to extract materials in the Black Prison. It wasn't until this day that they reunited, and she had no way of knowing Yang Kai's current situation. With the world spring's protection, his small universe was impervious to outside influences. Even black ink insects couldn't harm him one bit. Both Luan Baifeng and Xin Peng were now black ink disciples. Perhaps many open heaven realm masters, who were mining ores in black territory, had also been corrupted by the black ink strength as well. Yang Kai already had this speculation when he saw two groups of black ink disciples killing themselves in the center of black territory. Now, his speculations were verified. Only in a black ink clansman's hiding place would there be so many black ink disciples. The leaders of the cave heavens and paradises thought that the true black ink clansman was hiding somewhere in the shattered heaven, but no one could have expected that they were really hiding in black territory instead. It was then Yang Kai realized what the other kind of strength was besides the strange strength when he arrived at the depths of black territory. It was the black ink clansman's power, but it was obscured by the strange draining strength, which was why he couldn't sense it clearly. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4865, Real Prison. Yang Kai felt a crawling sensation on his scalp when he recalled the intimidating consciousness he had previously faced. Presently, he was not powerful enough to go against the owner of that will. Hence, he had to immediately inform the cave heavens and paradises about it, for he was no longer able to handle the matter in black territory on his own. The leaders of the cave heavens and paradises had to intervene. However, he had to get the answers to his questions before that. Yang Kai directly took a seat beside Luan Baifeng and picked up a cup of tea. It was apparent that Luan Baifeng was in a jovial mood. As she gazed at him, she asked smilingly, "How do you feel?" In a muffled voice, Yang Kai replied, "I'm fine. It seems that I've found a goal in my life." There was a fervent expression on Luan Baifeng's face. "Our goal is to sacrifice everything for our master, including our lives." Yang Kai bowed his head. "Is master in black territory now?" Luan Baifeng was shocked. "How do you know?" Yang Kai explained nonchalantly, "When I was investigating black territory over the past few days, I noticed something and had a speculation." "I see." Luan Baifeng didn't ask what he had seen. Since they were companions, she could trust him unconditionally. "Do you have a way to let me see master?" Yang Kai asked. Luan Baifeng shook her head. "We can't do that now, for master is still asleep. The last time he awakened momentarily, he only gave some brief instructions, so I can't bring you to see him. However, our main goal now is to help master break free from his shackles." Yang Kai arched his brow. Break free from his shackles? What he had just heard surprised him. He initially thought that the Black Ink clansman was hiding in the center of black territory that he had visited before. However, judging from Luan Baifeng's words, it seemed that the Black Ink clansman was actually trapped there instead. Luan Baifeng nodded. Master has been trapped in the Black Prison for countless years. Before coming across Master, I'd always thought that the Black Prison was just a name. However, after I met Master, I realized that the Black Prison is a real prison that's specifically used to imprison him. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? He recalled the demon sealing land in Ancestral Land. Although the divine spirits in the Ancestral Land were aware of the demon sealing land's existence, the current generation of divine spirits had misunderstood the place after a long time had passed. All the divine spirits thought that the thing that was sealed in that place had something to do with demons. It wasn't until the demon sealing land was opened up that they realized it was a black ink sealing land that was used to suppress a black giant spirit god. It surprised Yang Kai to learn that the situation in the Black Prison was similar. This was a real prison where a powerful Black Ink clansman was trapped. While in a dazed state, Yang Kai recalled that when he visited the Black Prison for the first time, an idea came into his mind that the Black Prison could very well be a gigantic cage, but he didn't ponder on the issue at that time. It wasn't until this moment that his speculation was confirmed through Luan Baifeng's words. He couldn't help but fall into his thoughts for a moment, then ask, are the countless natural spirit arrays and/or stars in Black Territory part of the prison? With a solemn expression, Luan Baifeng nodded, yes. Those so-called natural spirit arrays were not naturally formed at all. Instead, they were arranged by ancient humans. However, the people who set up the spirit arrays were so skillful in the Tao of spirit arrays that no one realized it. Everyone believed that the spirit arrays were naturally formed. The spirit arrays and/or stars form into a super array, and at its center is where Master is imprisoned. There was a horrified expression on Yang Kai's face. The entire Black Territory is one giant super array. Just who could have done this? He increasingly felt that the situation in Black Territory was similar to that of the Ancestral Land. There was the Black Ink sealing land in the Ancestral Land, while there was the Black Prison that was used to trap a Black Ink clansman here. The Ancestral Land was surrounded by the Divine Ability Sea, which served as a secondary barrier. Meanwhile, there were innumerable spirit arrays in Black Territory which acted as a cage. Perhaps the setups in the Ancestral Land and the Black Prison were built by the same group of people. In ancient times, a group of great experts clashed with the Black Ink clan. While the Black Ink giant spirit god was suppressed and sealed in the Ancestral Land, the true Black Ink clansman was imprisoned in the Black Prison. Luan Baifeng went on to say, the incident took place a long time ago, so I don't know the exact time it happened, and Master didn't tell me about it. Perhaps to Master, it is a kind of humiliation to be trapped for so many years. His power is irresistible. The setup in the Black Prison is to prevent anyone from approaching Master and giving him a chance to escape. The Black Prison was originally filled with a kind of strange strength. With its influence, no one could visit the depths of the Black Prison. In that case, there wouldn't be a risk of anyone getting turned into a Black Ink disciple and working for the Black Ink clan. Fortunately, you visited this place back then. Luan Baifeng looked excitedly at him. What does it have anything to do with me? Although Yang Kai had a speculation in his heart, he wasn't certain about it. Luan Baifeng explained with a smile, I didn't lie to you just now. It was the truth. It was because you moved several ore stars from the inner region to the periphery that the super array was weakened, which allowed me to have a chance to serve Master. Yang Kai lowered his gaze. Every ore star in Black Territory is part of the super array. Therefore, for every ore star that is removed or destroyed, the super array will weaken a little. Exactly. Luan Baifeng nodded. The removal of 30 or so ore stars can't really affect the grand array, but what if thousands of ore stars are destroyed? There will come a day when Master breaks free from his prison and makes a comeback to the 3,000 worlds. When that happens, no one will be able to stop his hegemony. Upon realizing something, Yang Kai said, that was why you spread the news to attract outsiders to come over and mine the ore stars. Luan Baifeng smiled, I don't have enough subordinates to destroy the ore stars quickly. Just like you've said, since time immemorial, men die for wealth just as birds die for food. The rules I've established are reasonable, which is why many people are willing to come here and help. Yang Kai praised her by saying, "That's indeed a great idea." "You think so too?" Luan Baifeng appeared eager as she looked at him. "With you around, we'll be even more efficient. I need you to tell the people from High Heaven Palace and Voidland to come over." "I can make the arrangements," Yang Kai directly agreed. "After Master breaks free, you will be rewarded," Luan Baifeng said with envy. "This is what I should do. It is every Black Ink disciple's dream to die for Master." Yang Kai appeared solemn as he secretly let out a sigh of relief. Judging from what she had said, it would take quite some time for the Black Ink clansman to really break free from his prison. In other words, he still had time to stop this. Upon recalling something, Yang Kai said, "When I investigated Black Territory some time ago, I managed to reach the center. However, I couldn't go any further as that area was covered with arrays. I suppose that's where Master is trapped." Luan Baifeng nodded. "Yes, I've been there as well. But given my current mastery of the Tao of Spirit arrays, I couldn't find any loopholes to exploit, let alone a way to break them. It will only bring danger to the Master if I make any rash moves. I also saw some people getting themselves killed by crashing into the arrays." "I know who you're talking about." Luan Baifeng let out a sigh. "There are companions as well. However, Master is frail now from his long imprisonment, so he needs nourishment to restore his strength." Yang Kai frowned. "Nourishment? The world forces that leak from their bodies after their death are the best food for Master." Upon learning that those in the Black Ink clan lived on world force, Yang Kai felt his heart sinking. Since that place is engulfed in the Grand Array's power, how did they arrive there safely? Although the Super Array's power had been weakened after many Ore stars were destroyed, the strange strength was still present around the center. Before Third Order and Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters even arrived at that place, the heritage of their small universes would have been wiped out. Luan Baifeng replied with a smile, "That's because they had the protection of Master's power. Otherwise, they couldn't have reached that place given their strength." It was then Yang Kai realized that the Black Ink strength could even resist the Grand Array's power. "Is there anything else you want to know?" "You can ask me anything. I'll tell you whatever I know." Luan Baifeng showed complete trust in him. "How were the cultivators turned into our companions?" "I can see there are many of them." Luan Baifeng put on a smile. "There are indeed a lot of them. I suppose we have about 1,000 companions now, however, that's just the beginning as we'll have even more soon. As for how they were transformed, well, I was the one who personally turned the cultivators into our companions initially. Those Second Order, Third Order and Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters are unable to resist the Black Ink strength, so I can easily subdue them. Now, you're able to transform others into our companions as well. Companions who have been transformed by Black Ink insects are able to do that, however, those who are not transformed by Black Ink insects can't." "What happened next?" Yang Kai asked. Regardless of how energetic Luan Baifeng was, it was unrealistic for her to turn 1,000 people into Black Ink disciples on her own. "I had more companions to help out after that. They have their own fellow brothers and friends. I've also received some Black Ink essence from Master. It has slowly developed into such a scale, and it'll only grow bigger in the future." Black Ink essence. Yang Kai arched his brow as it was the first time he heard about such a term, which was why he was concerned. Luan Baifeng explained, "You were transformed by a Black Ink insect that was gifted directly from Master, but he doesn't have a lot of Black Ink insects. They're usually used to transform Open Heaven Realm Masters that are above the Fifth Order. As for Black Ink essence, you can take it as something inferior to Black Ink insects. Although Black Ink strength has some corrosive power, it can't fully turn a cultivator into our companion. Black Ink essence is different, for it can fully turn Open Heaven Realm Masters that are below the Fifth Order into companions who would be loyal to Master." Yang Kai nodded. "Black Ink insects, Black Ink essence, Black Ink strength. In that case, what's inside my body is supposed to be Black Ink essence, am I right?" "Well, you can say that. So, you can also transform Open Heaven Realm Masters that are below the Fifth Order. Those who are transformed by you can't turn others into our companions. The Black Ink strength in their body is threatening to the enemies but can't turn them into our companions." "I see. Yang Kai bowed his head, then asked for a vital piece of information. Do you have other black ink insects with you? Marshall Peak, Chapter 4866, Playing Tricks. I only have a few of them. These things are precious, so even Master can't give me many. It requires quite a bit of his remaining strength to condense a black ink insect, Luan Baifeng replied. This was similar to what Yuan Du had said. Black ink insects were very precious to the Black Ink clan. However, it wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai found that the Black Ink clan had to use its own strength to condense black ink insects. The Black Ink clansmen in Black Territory had become frail from a long imprisonment, so they had to preserve their own power. It was impossible for them to condense many of black ink insects. Upon realizing his intention, Luan Baifeng asked, "What are you trying to do?" "I've brought some companions with me," Yang Kai replied. "Maybe we can turn them into our comrades." Luan Baifeng rejected the idea. "We'd better not make any rash moves. We could have given it a try if the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were the only ones here. However, you've brought an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with you this time. It is unlikely for a black ink insect to turn an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master into one of us. Master will have to personally make a move to have any chance of success. If others are alerted, Master will be in danger. Both of us can't bear the responsibility for that." After giving it a thought, Yang Kai nodded. "I shouldn't have tried to act impulsively." Luan Baifeng said with a smile, "It's fine. You're just trying to help Master achieve his goal." She had turned Yang Kai into a companion and told him everything, so she decided to end the conversation. "We should leave now. The people you've brought with you will be doubtful if we stay here for too long." Yang Kai nodded in response. A moment later, they left the room together and acted normally. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with them. The ship had already left or Star 16 and was now heading to the periphery. Standing on the deck, Yang Kai looked at the center of Black Territory with doubt in his heart. Was the Black Ink clansman trapped in the Black Prison the owner of the consciousness he had previously detected? If they were not the same individual, it meant that there were more Black Ink clansmen hiding in this expansive universe. Nevertheless, Yang Kai had a feeling that it was the same Black Ink clan member. He tried to recall what he had felt during the sacrificial offering to the Black Ink clan in the universe paradise that was left behind by Yuan Du after his death. When the consciousness descended, he could feel the other party's prowess, and he could somewhat sense that the owner of the consciousness was trapped somewhere. After the incident, he informed the leaders of Lang Ya Paradise about it. Now, it seemed that the owner of the consciousness was trapped in the Black Prison. Nevertheless, it was just a speculation. As for whether the two were the same Black Ink clansmen, Yang Kai had to feel the other party's consciousness to be certain. Half a day later, they arrived at Luan Baifeng's palace, which was in the periphery of Black Territory. Without any delay, he respectively passed Chu Huashong and Luo Ting he a jade slip. "One of you will go to High Heaven Palace while the other will head to Voidland. Pass the jade slips to the High Heaven Palace's head manager Hua Ching Sai and Voidland's second manager Bian Yu Ching. Tell them to send over some people to Black Territory to help with the mining operations here." Chu Huashong was shocked. Now? Yang Kai had never discussed this matter with her before, but he suddenly passed her a jade slip and told her to get more people to come over, which made her feel doubtful. After going through 9 reincarnations with him, she had a feeling that something was off about how he was acting. Despite her doubts though, she didn't insist on probing him. "Go, now." Yang Kai nodded and took a glance at Dao Ling Wn. "Wana will go with you so that you two can take care of each other." Chu Huashong replied, "Good." Dao Ling Wn had always been an obedient person, so she didn't object to this arrangement. She just felt reluctant to part ways with him. On the other hand, Luo Ting he was displeased. "I'm not done having fun here. Why did you tell me to pass a jade slip to someone? I'm not your subordinate." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "Aren't you going to take a look at the world tree in the star boundary? High Heaven Palace is in the star boundary, so you can just pass the slip along on your way there." Luo Ting he pressed her lips together and stopped refusing. Fine, I'll do you the favor." Chu Huashong gazed at Yang Kai. "We'll set off now. Take care of yourself. Don't worry." Yang Kai nodded to her. Chu Hua Shong then summoned a ship. After the trio boarded, it turned into a ray of light and shot towards the territory gate. Yang Kai and Luan Baifeng saw them off. After the ship was out of sight, she said, "Let's go. I'll show you the things we've obtained so far. When you were not around, we'd extracted quite a lot of materials in Black Territory." The ship soon shot past the territory gate. The moment they arrived at the next great territory, Luo Ting, his expression sank as she turned to Chu Hua Shong. "Something is wrong with Yang Kai." Chu Hua Shong was surprised. "You sensed it as well, martial aunt?" Luo Ting he nodded. "Don't forget that throughout your 9 reincarnations, I'd started following you too since your 6th life. We've spent dozens of years together, so I'm somewhat familiar with his behavior. Something must have happened, which was why he hurriedly chased us away." Dao Ling Wn was shocked. "Something has happened to husband. What's going on?" "We don't know yet." Luo Ting he shook her head, then fished out the jade slip Yang Kai had passed her. "We'll find out about it after looking into the jade slips." Chu Hua Shong nodded in agreement. They infused their divine senses into the jade slips at the same time, and the next moment, their expressions changed drastically. That was because there was only one sentence in both jade slips. "The Black Ink clansman is hiding in the Black Prison." As a core disciple of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, Chu Hua Shong knew a thing or two about the Black Ink clan. She was aware of the Black Ink clan's existence and the danger they posed, but she had never seen them before. On the other hand, Luo Ting he was now an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Before she was trapped in the Samsara Pavilion, she was already a peak 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so she definitely knew more about the Black Ink clan than Chu Hua Shong. Moreover, after got out of the Samsara Pavilion, she heard a lot of things about Yang Kai from Yu Xiong Dai. She knew that Yang Kai had previously made a scene in Lang Wei Paradise and went to great lengths to find the Black Ink disciples hidden in that place. The Cave Heavens and Paradises then spent 200 years examining themselves, while looking for the Black Ink clan inside the 3,000 worlds. They had even performed a thorough search of the Shattered Heaven, but they still couldn't find a single Black Ink clansman. No one could have expected that the Black Ink clansman was hiding in the Black Prison. The two ladies instantly realized the severity of the matter. Anything that was related to the Black Ink clan was no small issue. The fact that Luan Baifeng and Xin Peng were still alive even though their names had disappeared from the loyalty list might have something to do with this incident. Martial aunt, Chu Hua Shong lifted her head and looked inquisitively at Luo Ting He. After giving it a thought, Luo Ting He made a decision and said, "Head to the star boundary. The Cave Heavens and Paradises have all set up Dao temples there, so you only need to inform them about this and they will handle the rest. You must not accidentally leak this news to anyone." Chu Hua Shong nodded, "Understood." "What about you, martial aunt?" Luo Ting He replied, "I will head to the nearest Cave Heavens and Paradises and tell those old farts to come over." After Chu Hua Shong arrived at the star boundary and spread the news, it would then take the envoys of the Cave Heavens and Paradises quite some time to get into contact with their respective sects, then even more time for those sects to mobilize. Yang Kai was in danger since he was in the Black Prison alone. Certainly, Luo Ting he had to bring reinforcements to Black Territory as soon as possible. That was already the best arrangement, so Chu Hua Shong quickly replied, "Good." Luo Ting he said, "Both of you must be careful. I'll be going now." Upon finishing her words, she shot off the ship and flew towards the nearest paradise. Fully aware of the severity of the matter, Chu Hua Shong wouldn't dare to waste any time. She and Dao Ling Wn fully activated their powers to drive the ship forward so that they could arrive at the star boundary as soon as possible and tell the envoys there about what was going on in Black Territory. The amount of materials that had been accumulated over the past few hundreds of years in Black Territory was staggering. Before Yang Kai left previously, he had moved more than 30 ore stars from the inner region to the periphery. After these ore stars were fully mined out, the super array that had engulfed the entire Black Territory had weakened, which caused the area that was covered with the strange strength to shrink. After that, more ore stars were exposed to be within the safe area, and as more of them were destroyed, the super array's power continued to decrease. It was a vicious cycle. Over the past few months, Countless cultivators had been attracted to this place to extract materials, which resulted in even more ore stars being destroyed. The result was the super arrays became increasingly weaker while more materials extracted in black territory had been accumulated. In the vault inside the palace, the materials of different colors dazzled Yang Kai's eyes. Materials below the third order were not good enough to be put in this vault, so everything here was fourth order or higher. There were even some eighth order materials. Although there were not a lot of them, it showed the stunning heritage of black territory. There were countless ore stars in black territory. So far, only a small number of them had been exploited, but the rewards were already staggering. If they managed to mine out all the ore stars in black territory, the materials they would get would be incalculable. The yin and yang element materials Yang Kai had were already inexhaustible. Coupled with black territory's materials, they wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources for the disciples of Voidland and High Heaven Palace anymore. Regardless of how many disciples they had, the materials would be enough to last them several tens of thousands of years. With an excited expression, Luan Baifeng showed Yang Kai the harvest she had reaped from black territory so far. Although she was a black ink disciple, her temperament and her way of doing things didn't change, it was just that the core faith in her heart was now different. As long as she never revealed her identity as a black ink disciple, she was the same as before. Moreover, black ink disciples still required resources to cultivate, which was why she was elated when looking at these treasures. You've just submitted to Master, so you might not be aware of it yet. Master's power is profound. With this kind of power, black ink disciples will no longer be chained by the limits of the open heaven realm. Luan Baifeng spread her arms as though she was trying to embrace the world. Yang Kai pretended to not know anything. What do you mean? Luan Baifeng shot him a glance. What I mean is that as long as you work hard enough, you can even make it to the ninth order open heaven realm. Yang Kai appeared astonished. Are you serious? Luan Baifeng chuckled. Why would I lie to you? If my memory serves me right, you directly ascended to the fifth order in the past. If nothing unexpected happens, the seventh order open heaven realm will be the end of your martial Dao. There's no way you can make it to the eighth order. With the limit out of the way though, you can ascend to the eighth order and even the ninth order. Admiration was written all over Yang Kai's face. Master's power is truly mesmerizing. Martial Peak, Chapter 4867, Tip of the Iceberg. As time passed, more open heaven realm masters from different parts of the 3,000 worlds steamed into black territory. They were then sent to the different ore stars to extract materials. Since Yang Kai was already one of them, he had the right to know more information about the black prison. The number of black ink disciples was increasing by the day. In just 1 month, the number had increased by several hundred people. Moreover, several black ink disciples would head over to the place where the black ink clansman was imprisoned and crash into the Grand Array to kill themselves every day. Their reason for doing so was to feed their world forces to the black ink clansman after their death so that the latter could restore his strength. Luan Baifeng was extremely cautious about this and never let a lot of black ink disciples make a move at the same time. After all, the secret might be exposed if a lot of people went missing all of a sudden. Hence, it was the best arrangement to let several die each day. No one would care about the life or death of a small number of people who had gone missing. They were all attracted to the abundant materials on the ore stars in black territory. Yang Kai would look around black territory every day. Everything he saw and the information he had gathered made him feel heartbroken. If the situation was left unhindered, it would only take a few decades for the number of black ink disciples to grow to a staggering figure. Besides that, the most important thing was that the black ink clansmen trapped in the black prison would also be freed. When that time came, the entire universe would be gripped by a reign of terror. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was unable to stop it now. A sixth-order open heaven realm master might be able to reign as an overlord of a normal great territory, and the fact that he was a great emperor from the star boundary allowed him to stand on equal footing with the envoys of the cave heavens and paradises. However, at the end of the day, this kind of cultivation was too weak in the face of a major crisis that could affect the entire 3,000 worlds. His power was completely insufficient in this matter. Yang Kai felt a great sense of helplessness, so he could only hope that the powerful masters from the cave heavens and paradises would arrive at Black Territory soon to take charge of this matter. Only the old fossils who had cultivated in seclusion for millennia had the right to go against the imprisoned Black Ink clan and end this threat once and for all. One day, upon receiving Luan Baifeng's invitation, Yang Kai arrived at a grand hall. There was no one else in the grand hall as Luan Baifeng was already waiting inside. Seeing him, she nodded. Yang Kai looked around and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Luan Baifeng replied with a smile, "Wait a moment." A short time later, a timid-looking person walked into the grand hall. When Yang Kai realized who the person was, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The person was none other than Yuan Tongguang, a fourth-order open heaven realm master from Whitefang province. Upon seeing Luan Baifeng and Yang Kai, Yuan Tongguang sported an anxious expression. He hastened his pace and cupped his fist. "Greetings, Sect Master Yang, Warden Luan." Even though he was just here to hand in some materials and get his reward, he still felt apprehensive. During this period of time, he and his fellow brothers from the same sect had extracted quite a lot black stones on or star 16. After spending some effort to dissolve the black stones, they were lucky to obtain quite some materials. Most of the materials didn't really matter much, but amidst their harvest, they actually managed to acquire a 7th-order earth element material. According to the rules in Black Territory, high-order materials had to be handed over immediately. Therefore, Yuan Tongguang quickly returned from or star 16 and informed Luan Baifeng's subordinate about it. The person directly brought him to the grand hall. Yuan Tongguang had never expected that Luan Baifeng and Yang Kai would be waiting for him there. However, after giving it a thought, he realized it was expected that those from Black Territory had to take this seriously. After all, this one material could be traded for 10 million open heaven pills. 10 million open heaven pills was an astronomical figure for a force like Whitefang province. It had to be noted that this amount of money was almost enough to purchase a complete set of 5th-order materials. It would allow them to create a 5th-order open heaven realm master, which would bring Whitefang province to greater heights. When Yang Kai first entered the 3,000 worlds, those from Great Moon province had given him some compensation because of the matter regarding the Golden Crow's carcass. The compensation was only 100,000 open heaven pills, which was the maximum amount of money that those from Great Moon province could take out at once. Great Moon province and Whitefang province were similar in terms of their power and financial strength. It could be said that for someone like Yuan Tongguang to possess 100,000 open heaven pills, he would be considered wealthy, not to mention 10 million. That was an unimaginable amount of wealth. This Yuan has obtained a 7th-order earth element material on or star 16. Please inspect it. Without any delay, Yuan Tongguang told them the purpose of his visit and held out the 7th-order earth element material with both hands. "You've done a good job." Luan Baifeng extended her hand and sucked the 7th-order earth element material towards herself before stuffing it into her space ring. She didn't even intend to examine it. She then turned to Yang Kai and said smilingly, "Weren't you curious about how to transform a cultivator into a companion? You can give it a try now." While Yang Kai sported a dispassionate expression, Yuan Tongguang was puzzled. Supposedly, after he presented the 7th-order earth element material, Luan Baifeng would give him his reward. However, instead of seeing any reward, he heard some puzzling words from the woman. He instinctively felt a great sense of unease. Could everything he had heard be false? Was Luan Baifeng going to kill him so that she didn't have to give him the 10 million open heaven pills? However, if she really did that, her reputation would be severely tarnished. In that case, the people who had come to Black Territory to help with mining materials would no longer trust her. Just when he was doubtful, Yang Kai suddenly took a step forward and pointed a finger at him. As space principles undulated, Yuan Tongguang was instantly bound in place. He was only a 4th-order open heaven realm master, so how was he supposed to defend himself against Yang Kai? Since the binding secret technique had activated, there was no escaping now. Sect Master Yang? Yuan Tongguang's expression changed drastically as he was now certain that he was doomed. However, he didn't understand the reason behind it. As Yang Kai was facing away from Luan Baifeng, he looked apologetically at the other man. He had indeed asked Luan Baifeng about how to turn a cultivator into one of their companions, but he was only doing so to gather information. It never crossed his mind that she would make him do it. He wouldn't dare to show the slightest hesitation, for that might cause his secret to be exposed. The powerful cultivators from the cave heavens and paradises hadn't arrived yet, so if he was exposed at this point, he might trigger some unexpected consequences, and he wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility for that. As he stood in front of Yuan Tongguang, he could see the fear and pleading behind the other man's eyes. Just then, Luan Baifeng's voice was heard coming from behind him. Activate the black ink essence in your small universe. That's Master's power, and no one can resist it. Without saying anything, Yang Kai lifted his hand as a squirming black fog formed on his palm. An evil aura permeated the hall and made Yuan Tongguang feel a great sense of discomfort. He became increasingly horrified as he pleaded, "Please spare my life, Sect Master Yang. There are no grudges between us, and no one from White Fang Province has ever offended you. Please don't kill me." "Don't worry. I'm not killing you," Yang Kai said. "In fact, I am going to grant you the most wondrous gift." Upon finishing his words, he covered Yuan Tongguang's face with his palm. The squirming black fog seemed to have come to life as it streamed into Yuan Tongguang's body through his 7 orifices. Yuan Yongguang widened his eyes and started shaking violently. A gurgling sound was heard coming from his throat, as though he was going through an unimaginable torture. However, he was still bound to the spot by Yang Kai's space principles, so regardless of how hard he struggled, he could never break free. A moment later, the black ink strength's aura billowed from Yuan Tongguang's body as his eyes gradually darkened until they became completely black. He slowly stopped struggling, as though he had resigned to fate. "You can release him now," Luan Baifeng said from behind. Yang Kai dispelled his binding technique, after which Yuan Tongguang collapsed to the ground. With a frown, Yang Kai asked, "Is it done?" Luan Baifeng shook her head. "It's not that easy. Although the Master's power is profound, it isn't easy to transform a cultivator into a companion. It depends on how strong the other party's willpower is. The time it takes the black ink strength to invade a small universe also varies." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai felt his chest tightening as it was different from his previous pretense. Luan Baifeng said with a smile, "We are different, of course. It's much quicker for a black ink insect to transform a person into a companion. Black ink essence is much less concentrated and thus takes longer." She then took a glance at Yuan Tongguang, who was lying on the ground. "He has basically transformed, all we have to do is wait." That was indeed the case. After just half a day, Yuan Tongguang was fully transformed into a black ink disciple. He got to his feet and acted normally, but his eyes were now black. "Greetings, sir, madam." Yuan Tongguang cupped his fist. Luan Baifeng nodded and tossed a space ring at him. Yuan Tongguang took the ring and infused his divine sense into it, after which he realized that there were countless open heaven pills inside. If he had seen so many open heaven pills before today, he would have been ecstatic. However, he sported an impassive expression at this moment. "Do you know what you should say after you go back?" Luan Baifeng asked. Yuan Tongguang quickly replied, "I will ensure all know that Sir Yang is a man of his word." "Good. You may go now." Luan Baifeng waved her hand. Yuan Tongguang saluted them again and then left the hall. After he was gone, Luan Baifeng looked smilingly at Yang Kai. "See? It's that easy." There was a sense of admiration on Yang Kai's face. Master's power is indeed amazing. Luan Baifeng said with a smile, "This is just the tip of the iceberg. Let's go. I'll bring you to see something else." Upon finishing her words, she led the way for him. With his curiosity piqued, Yang Kai followed her closely as he wondered what she was about to show him. Luan Baifeng led Yang Kai to a very remote place. There didn't seem to be anyone passing by here. The visitors in Black Territory were aware that this place was filled with inconspicuous but dangerous spirit arrays that were hidden in the void. Therefore, the cultivators who were in Black Territory to mine materials wouldn't dare to wander randomly. They would only travel the paths that had been proven safe. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4868, Hidden Danger of Black Ink Strength. No one else dared to come to this particular area in the void that Luan Baifeng had brought Yang Kai to visit. A lot of shattered spirit provinces were scattered around this area. It was apparent that these shattered spirit provinces were parts of the destroyed or stars. Yang Kai looked around and realized in shock that there were cultivators standing on these shattered spirit provinces. Without fail, they were all engulfed in dark fog. They were obviously Black Ink disciples. It seemed that they were cultivating. A strange energy fluctuation was felt coming from a particular direction, which prompted Yang Kai to turn his head and have a look. Luan Baifeng noticed it as well. She then said with a smile, "What a coincidence. Something is about to happen. Let's go take a look." Without saying anything, Yang Kai followed her. A moment later, they arrived at a spot that was 30 kilometers away from a shattered spirit province. There was a Black Ink disciple on the shattered spirit province who was performing a set of hand seals. Black Ink strength weltered around his figure. Yang Kai found the Black Ink disciple familiar, so he reckoned that the person was Luan Baifeng's former subordinate. He had been to Black Territory twice prior to this, so he should have seen him before. At this moment, the illusory phantom of the small universe behind the person was flickering, and his world force was undulating. It was apparent that he was on the brink of achieving an ascension. Is he going to break through? Yang Kai arched his brow. Luan Baifeng nodded. Fan Xiuqi has been stuck in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm for 2,000 years. Fan Xiuqi was the name of this Black Ink disciple. Luan Baifeng was a Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master, so her subordinates were all below the Sixth Order. She especially regarded Fifth Order Open Heaven realm masters highly. Fan Xiuqi was one of them, and he had been her subordinate for 1,000 years. He was a ruthless man who was originally from a small sect. Since he was displeased with the sect master for distributing materials unfairly, he decided to kill him and fled from the sect. As he had nowhere else to go, he eventually arrived at Black Territory and became Luan Baifeng's subordinate. He had been stuck in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm for the past 2,000 years, so it was obvious that his aptitude was ordinary. Yang Kai had a speculation about what Luan Baifeng wanted him to see. You know, Fan Xiuqi only managed to break through to the Third Order initially. Luan Baifeng looked in that direction with a fervent expression. There were countless Third Order Open Heaven realm masters in the 3,000 worlds, making it the starting point for most Open Heaven realm masters. The limits of their own aptitudes, the difficulty of acquiring materials, and their finances made it impossible for most cultivators to have a better choice when ascending to the Open Heaven realm. Moreover, even ascending to the Third Order Open Heaven realm was a dream that a lot of people could never achieve in their lifetimes. Fan Xiuqi was just one of those many people. Although he was ordinary, he was the epitome of those who could never achieve anything great in life. If one directly ascended to the Third Order Open Heaven realm, the end of their martial Dao would be the Fifth Order. In other words, if nothing unexpected happened, the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm was the best Fan Xiuqi could achieve in his life. That was the reason he had been stuck in this order for 2,000 years. Nevertheless, he was showing signs of achieving a breakthrough at this moment. This had nothing to do with his own aptitude or the materials provided to him from Black Territory. It was entirely because of the Black Ink strength. Black Ink strength was able to shatter the shackles of the Open Heaven realm and allow Fan Xiuqi to have a chance of achieving greater heights after he reached his supposed Fifth Order limit. This was the other benefit of the Black Ink strength that Luan Baifeng wanted to show Yang Kai. The wonders of the Black Ink strength were manifested right before their eyes. Yang Kai pretended to be fervent as well, but inside he was truly flabbergasted. He had never witnessed this before, so even though he understood the allure of Black Ink strength to cultivators, it had never felt more obvious than now. Those from the cave heavens and paradises were right to stop the news from spreading. If the wonders of the Black Ink strength became known to the public, a lot of people wouldn't be able to resist the temptation. In order to seek a greater power, they would willingly side with the Black Ink clan. It wasn't easy for a Fifth Order Open Heaven realm master to ascend to the Sixth Order. With that said, Fan Xiuqi had stayed in the Fifth Order for 2,000 years, so he had accumulated enough heritage. He was already at the peak of the fifth order, so even though the process was challenging, he managed to persevere. A few days later, the noise gradually died down and Fan Xiuqi successfully broke through to the sixth order open heaven realm. Luan Baifeng was evidently pleased. Even though there were a lot of Black Ink disciples presently, she and Yang Kai were the only sixth order open heaven realm masters due to various reasons. With Fan Xiuqi ascending to the sixth order, their collective power was now strengthened greatly. Fan Xiuqi didn't immediately stop cultivating, for he still had to solidify his cultivation after the breakthrough. However, upon realizing that Luan Baifeng and Yang Kai were observing him, he opened his eyes and nodded at them. However, Yang Kai had a feeling that something was off. Although the Black Ink strength was wondrous, it seemed it wasn't as miraculous as he had imagined. Before the ascension, Fan Xiuqi had a short and frail-looking figure, but at this moment, his body had swollen up and become quite bulky, even a bit disfigured in fact. It was as though he had transformed into an entirely different person. Even those who were familiar with him would no longer be able to recognize him. The transformation in his body after the breakthrough was obviously a hidden danger of the Black Ink strength. Although Yang Kai had no idea what consequences that the hidden danger would lead to, he reckoned that they wouldn't be good. He then turned to look at another shattered spirit province. Over the past few days when Fan Xiuqi was trying to achieve an ascension, the Black Ink disciple in this particular spirit province was showing signs of achieving a breakthrough as well. Perhaps Fan Xiuqi's ascension had caused this person's internal qi to surge as well. This person was also Luan Baifeng's former subordinate, but he was only in the fourth order open heaven realm. According to Luan Baifeng, his name was Xu Yuan Sai. Xu Yuan Sai only started out as a second order open heaven realm master, so the fourth order was his limit. However, under the influence of the Black Ink strength, that limit no longer mattered as he was now able to make it to the fifth order. After witnessing Fan Xiuqi's experience, Luan Baifeng became even more excited. Just like Yang Kai, she had initially broken through to the fifth order, so the seventh order would be her limit. Now, she was only a step away from the seventh order, and when she finally achieved a breakthrough one day, there wouldn't be any goal she could work towards. However, the Black Ink strength had given her the hope of possibly making it to the eighth order and even the ninth order. Even those from the cave heavens and paradises would have to look up to her by then. Unfortunately, Xu Yuan Sai's ascension wasn't as smooth as that of Fan Xiuqi. The turn of events surprised everyone. As Luan Baifeng and Yang Kai observed him, his aura rose from the fourth order to the fifth order. The moment it hit the fifth order though, the Black Ink strength that had been swirling around Xu Yuan Sai suddenly surged, as though it had gone out of control. A shriek was heard coming from that direction. Luan Baifeng's expression changed, but she didn't intend to interfere. The reason she was here was to observe her companions who would break through their limits so that she could get prepared for her future ascension. She didn't know how to deal with this anomaly, nor was she willing to intervene. As she and Yang Kai watched Xu Yuan Sai attentively, his cultivation and strength fluctuated wildly. Sometimes he would be in a perilous situation, but sometimes he would be as calm as still water. The dust finally settled more than 10 days later. In the spirit province, Xu Yuan Sai was lying on the ground and gasping for breath. Luan Baifeng and Yang Kai came over and landed in front of him. Upon seeing his condition, they couldn't help but frown. Presently, Xu Yuan Sai was in a terrible state. His power was undulating uncontrollably as his aura dropped to the fourth order, then rose to the fifth order in a seemingly random manner. What concerned the two of them was that Xu Yuan Sai's appearance had changed drastically. His clothes were all tattered, and his body was covered with sarcomas. Some of them were as big as a head while some of them were as small as a fist. A dark power was seen flowing within these cysts. Some cracks started appearing on some of the sarcomas as Black Ink strength flowed out of them like pus. At this moment, Xu Yuan Sai could very well be described as hideous. Realizing that he was in critical danger, he pleaded with Luan Baifeng, saying, "Save me." Luan Baifeng dispassionately looked down at him. A moment later, she shook her head and pressed her hand against her chest before saying in a solemn manner, "Black Ink eternal." Instantly, Shu Yuan Sai turned from flustered to calm as he realized something. Without feeling resentful, he thumped his fist against his chest and shouted resolutely, "Black ink eternal." The next moment, Luan Baifeng made a move by engulfing Shu Yuan Sai with her sixth-order open heaven realm power and reduced him to dust. Shu Yuan Sai had no hope of survival. Even if she never made a move, he would have exploded sooner or later given his condition. His small universe collapsed while his world force dissipated. Rich black ink strength had also streamed out. Just then, Luan Baifeng took a deep breath. Instead of drifting away, all of the black ink strength was sucked into her mouth. She appeared elated and closed her eyes to enjoy it, as though she had just had a taste of the most delicious dish in the world. Yang Kai felt all his bodily hair standing on end. A moment later, he said, "It seems that there's a risk of using Master's power to shatter our shackles." Shu Yuan Sai's death was the best proof of it. On the other hand, even though Fan Xiuqi had successfully broken through, his appearance had changed drastically. It was obvious that he would be faced with some hidden danger in the future. Luan Baifeng suddenly opened her eyes and shot him a piercing glare. "Are you doubting Master?" An alerted Yang Kai hung his head low. "I wouldn't dare." Luan Baifeng stared fixedly at him for a moment before saying, "Master is omnipotent and all-powerful." Shu Yuan Sai failed because he was incompetent. The reason Fan Xiuqi has succeeded is that he is truly loyal to Master. Indeed, Yang Kai nodded in agreement. "I don't want to hear any of that again. Any disrespect to Master is blasphemy." Luan Baifeng sternly warned, "Even if Master won't settle the score with you, I'll not let you off." "I will never speak so again," Yang Kai assured her with a solemn expression. In the meantime, he secretly warned himself to be careful when dealing with Luan Baifeng before the powerful cultivators from the cave heavens and paradises arrived. He had to pretend that he was a loyal black ink disciple until then. When Luan Baifeng saw that Yang Kai had shown enough sincerity, her expression turned milder. She nodded and said, "You're already familiar with the situation here, and you had the experience of transforming a cultivator into a companion some time ago. It's time you began actively helping the cause." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4869, Before Black Ink, All Our Ants. "What do you want me to do?" Yang Kai asked. "Go turn more people into our companions." There was a faint smile on Luan Baifeng's face. "There are a lot of people in Black Territory now. They are the sustenance that Master will need when he awakens, so we can't miss this chance." Yang Kai replied respectfully, "It is my honor to aid Master. Go now. I'll be waiting." Luan Baifeng waved her hand. It was then Yang Kai dashed towards the Black Territory's inner region while pondering on how he should deal with this situation as a black ink disciple. The powerful cultivators from the cave heavens and paradises hadn't arrived yet, so he had to make sure that Luan Baifeng wouldn't be alerted. However, her request to make him turn more people into companions put him in a tight spot. There was indeed some black ink essence in his body that could be used to transform people into black ink disciples, and he had done just that to Yuan Tongguang previously. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to do so at that time as Luan Baifeng was watching him. Now that Luan Baifeng asked him to do it again, Yang Kai definitely wouldn't want to oblige. Nonetheless, if he never made a move, his inaction would be exposed sooner or later. How was he going to explain himself to her by then? Another thing that concerned him was the Black Ink clansmen trapped in the depths of the Black Prison. In the past, Yang Kai performed a sacrificial offering and summoned the Great Will in an attempt to find out the other party's hiding place, but his attempt turned out to be a failure. However, he had clearly felt the consciousness presence and prowess. Similarly, the other party must have detected his presence as well. If the owner of the consciousness was a Black Ink clansman trapped in the Black Prison, he would be in a perilous situation. Due to a long period of imprisonment, the Black Ink clansman in the depths of the Black Prison was in a deep sleep, but when they awakened, they might notice his presence. When that time came, his identity would instantly be exposed. Hence, Yang Kai believed that it was just a matter of time before his identity was compromised. It was a race against time. If the masters from the cave heavens and paradises could arrive before he was exposed, things would be fine. However, if they couldn't achieve that, he would be in danger. While his emotions undulated in his heart, he headed to or star 16. The moment he descended from the sky, the cultivators on or star 16 noticed his presence. Soon, the old man surnamed Yuan Tongguang, and the others came over and saluted him. Greetings, Sect Master Yang. Yang Kai nodded. I'm just looking around. Tend to your own business. All of them replied, yes. Yuan Tongguang and the others scattered and continued mining. Yang Kai decided to stay on or star 16 for now. Although he was at risk of having his identity brought to light, he wasn't willing to turn more people into black ink disciples. He could only pray that the cave heavens and paradises would arrive sooner. After making some calculations, he realized that it had only been 1 to 2 months since Luo Tinghe and the others left. Regardless of how quickly they were, help must still be on the way to this place. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened in the next half a month. While Yuan Tongguang and the others focused on extracting materials, Luan Baifeng didn't have the intention of looking for him. This allowed Yang Kai to have some peaceful days. However, he soon discovered something that made him feel speechless. There were a total of 13 open heaven realm masters who were extracting materials on or star 16 now. The most powerful one was the old man surnamed Yu, who was riding a blue-eyed toad. He was in the 5th order while the rest were in the 3rd order and 4th order open heaven realm. All 13 open heaven realm masters had been transformed into black ink disciples. It seemed that Luan Baifeng had already made a move prior to this. Yuan Tongguang was transformed into a black ink disciple by Yang Kai, after which he returned to or star 16. With his cooperation, Luan Baifeng could easily subdue the open heaven realm masters in this place. It wouldn't have mattered if everything ended there, but 20 days after Yang Kai arrived at or star 16, Yuan Tongguang and the others, who were extracting materials, suddenly gathered together. Upon noticing it, Yang Kai decided to observe them despite not knowing what was going on. He didn't hide his figure. Even though the black ink disciples were aware of his presence, they didn't say anything. With Yuan Tongguang in the lead, they took off their space rings and passed them to the old man surnamed Yu. The latter silently took the rings with a solemn expression. You'll keep these rings. Yuan Tongguang gazed at the old man surnamed Yu and said. The older man nodded. Don't worry. You all go on ahead. This old master will join you soon. Yuan Tongguang and the others pressed their hands against their chests. Black ink eternal. The old man surnamed Yu replied, Black ink eternal. The next instant, 12 open heaven realm masters shot into the sky and turned into rays of light. Yang Kai sported a dark expression as he had a speculation about what was going on. He sauntered towards the old man surnamed Yu and stood beside him before looking in the direction Yuan Tongguang and the others had left. Before black ink, all our ants, the old man surnamed Yu suddenly said. There was a longing expression on his face, as though he was eager to run after Yuan Tongguang and the others. They will soon be one with Master and live eternally. This is an honor we all crave. Yang Kai's speculation was instantly proven right. There was something he was curious about though. Who gave you the order? He asked. The old man surnamed Yu shook his head. No one ordered us to do anything. As long as Master has a need, we are ready to sacrifice ourselves. It could be me next time, or even you. Yang Kai frowned. Could the black ink disciples sense the black ink clansmen's need? Is that why they would proactively sacrifice themselves? However, Yang Kai didn't have time to ponder on it. He had been waiting for a long time, and didn't want to expose himself so soon, but things had come to a point where he had no choice but to make a move. First of all, he was the one who transformed Yuan Tongguang into a black ink disciple. If the latter killed himself because of that, Yang Kai would be the murderer. It wasn't that he had never killed anyone before, but the ones he had slain were all enemies he could not reconcile with. Yang Kai had never killed an innocent before, so he wasn't willing to see Yuan Tongguang die. Secondly, the black ink clansmen trapped in the depths of the black prison lived on world force. By intercepting Yuan Tongguang and the others, Yang Kai could stop the black ink clansman from restoring himself. The old man surnamed Yu became alerted as he gazed at Yang Kai. Didn't you sense it? Yang Kai flashed a smile at him, revealing his snow-white teeth. While the old man surnamed Yu was confused, the illusory phantom of a small universe appeared behind Yang Kai and swallowed the old man up like an ominous beast. The small universes of high-rank open heaven realm masters had materialized, so they could accommodate living creatures, including open heaven realm masters of lower orders. Even though Yang Kai wasn't a high-rank open heaven realm master yet, his small universe had already materialized. As a 6th order open heaven realm master, he was able to keep the old man surnamed Yu, who was a 5th order open heaven realm master, inside his small universe as long as he could unleash a burst of force that the other party couldn't resist. With that said, there would be a risk Yang Kai had to bear for keeping the other party inside his small universe. This wasn't really an issue for Yang Kai though. He was nearly on par with a 7th order open heaven realm master now, so before the old man surnamed Yu had time to react, he was subdued and transferred into Yang Kai's small universe. The next instant, he was engulfed in a restrictive power and became rooted to the spot, as though he had been struck with a binding secret technique. He couldn't even move a muscle. In 7 Stars Sect, Shu Yi was feeding the golden carp that had obtained a dragon vein after drinking Yang Kai's dragon blood when all of a sudden, the world around him started spinning. When he recovered, he realized that he was in an unfamiliar place. There was a short and wrinkled old man who appeared bound in place there. Beside the old man stood a blue-eyed toad that was as tall as a 3-story building. A gurgling sound was heard coming from its throat, and the pustules on its figure exuded a poisonous aura. Shu Yi was dumbstruck at the sight. He felt an unimaginable energy fluctuation coming from the old man and the blue-eyed toad. In the past, he thought that Emperor Realm Masters were the most powerful cultivators in the world, but even they seemed insignificant compared to the pair before his eyes. He had only felt the same kind of formidable aura from his honored master before. Before he could figure out what was going on, Shu Yi heard his honored master speaking to him. "Keep an eye on him. Call out to me immediately if anything happens." "Yes," Shu Yi quickly replied. He no longer felt flustered upon hearing his honored master's voice. With his honored master around, he wouldn't have to fear anything. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had already manipulated space principles to chase after the group which had just left. A moment later, he saw Yuan Tongguang and the others and directly hastened his pace to intercept them. These Black Ink disciple appeared startled and Yuan Tongguang took the initiative to ask, "What's wrong, Sect Master Yang?" "Nothing. I'm just here to save your lives," Yang Kai replied impassively. The next moment, he crashed into these Black Ink disciples as his small universe expanded and engulfed all of them. On the other hand, Shu Yi was staring fixedly at the old man surnamed Yu. Upon realizing that the old man really couldn't move a muscle, he shifted his attention to the blue-eyed toad. He had never seen such a hideous-looking monster beast before. The golden carp he was told to take care of was much more pleasing to the eye than this blue-eyed toad. Just then, he caught a glimpse of several people appearing abruptly, and just like the short old man, they were all immobile. Shu Yi quickly stayed further away from them as he wondered what his honored master was doing. It was apparent that his honored master had captured and rendered them immovable, but what was his reason for doing so? In the past, Yang Kai wouldn't have spared the lives of Black Ink disciples. When someone was invaded by the Black Ink strength, there was no way they could be saved. That was the firm belief those from Lang Ya Paradise had instilled in him. That was what those from Lang Ya Paradise did as well. Those 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who had exceptional aptitudes and held important positions in Lang Ya Paradise, were all killed. Even Jiu Linga, who was popular among the disciples and elders alike, was not spared. Yuan Du and all other Black Ink disciples were condemned to death the moment they were discovered. However, Yang Kai wanted to save these Black Ink disciples now. At the same time, he had to verify a speculation he had. A cultivator's temperament would change drastically after they were turned into a Black Ink disciple, but that wasn't their true selves. If his speculation was proven right, it would mean that it wasn't impossible to save these Black Ink disciples. That would be good news for the entire universe. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.